Alright, so all I've heard is that my character has been a coked up killer for the past couple of sessions, and I have no idea what's been happening other from that.
Well, basically, of investigating the member of the Academy of the Sciences, and also investigating the strange anti-royalist and pro-proletariat pamphlets that have been popping up through the city. We pretty much invaded a pub owned by one of the sort of leaders, not the leader, but one of the leaders of this gang. We did so subtly and without loss of... No, hang on. We definitely didn't do so that subtly and killed everyone. But in doing so, we found a few things out. First of all, that the pamphlets we were looking for were made by someone called Gerard Huss at Le Griffon at the end of Rue Canard, Duck Street, and that the printer pays protection money to the gang. We decided to put that on the back burner and go after the Academy of Sciences person. So we picked up the Academy of Science members who'd employed us, who were downstairs whilst we were doing our killing, and went over there, got attacked, did some more killing, and went along to this little hotel where they'd been, where they told us that they had last tracked this Academy of Sciences member. The only reason they'd done so is because he was out of place, someone, if you like, hanging out in this part of the city. We found a lovely old lady, investigated a crime scene, and before this I had interrogated one of the leaders' henchmen, who told us that the missing man was seen arguing with two acolytes of the Church of Ezra in this hotel that we went to. So we went, we asked the woman what she knew, didn't know too much, so I sat downstairs, or Elvis sat downstairs with the two with the group members, whilst everyone else went upstairs and investigated the room. In the room, we found a dead man, who was the missing man, hanging from the ceiling with a suicide note. We also found a locket upon his person, and found out that I can't remember quite how, but the acolytes were both women, one of light hair, one of black hair, who smelled of cinnamon perfume, and they had indeed argued with Frederick, the dead man, on the day he died. Now, the acolytes were dressed in dark clothing, but had a red sash across them, which we discovered that a red sash was likely to be a gang colour/marking. There's probably a couple of bits I've missed, but basically at that point we decided we had enough information. We'd come here and found what we were looking for in terms of the missing man. So we took the Academy Sciences members out to get a cab. As the cab pulled away, Elvis caught a glimpse of someone wearing a red, probably a sash, looking at us from the alley from which we had emerged. We then went to the academy, where they were going to perform an autopsy on Frederick, the dead man, which I believe Anthony's character was watching. In the meantime, I went to sleep. I think Eve was doing some other stuff, and that's pretty much where we got to.
All right.
As I said, I probably missed a couple of bits, but
that's all right. Anthony, you have anything to add?
The only thing I remember what my character was doing, not that the only thing, but one thing I remember was I was selling them on using me as a guinea pig in their research for magic.
Yes. Indeed. Yes, you were.
Swindling them, if you will.
Yes, I think swindling might be the more appropriate term, considering. Yes, and the three members of the academy were quite fascinated with the power of your arcane magic, which is, of course, relatively rare, actually, in the Montlieu, since the kind of offensive powers that you see are they're rumored to be, that there are members of the military who have those capabilities, but almost everything here is with illusion and enchantment magic. Your abilities are, and yourself obviously is of great interest to these curious aristocrats.
And I remember Charles saying to you that your locag was showing.
Oh yeah, he was talking about the weave.
The weave and shit, yeah.
Oh yeah, right. Okay, right.
A Locagian reference.
All right, just to make sure we're still at level 1, right?
Yeah. Now, just a reminder that for you guys to level up, like, it's good you have money now, but part of the deal is you need to have basically a long rest or more, because there's a chart. Because you, in terms of the time it takes for training, right? So we're going to try, so you don't just instantly level up in the middle of the game. So rest time, downtime, lifestyle qualities, training for new levels, show to players, and you should be able to see that. So level 1 is going to require a week of training and some money, and it's just going to require some downtime. Officially.
Okay.
So
that's why I didn't say you guys. Yeah, ready first level. So I said you couldn't. I didn't want you to just level up because I want you to wait until you have an opportunity to level. I mean, you
so effectively, we need to spend for level 2 a week, spending 15 GP.
Yes.
And finding someone under whom to train.
Exactly. I mean, we can argue that could be narrative. You find someone to train, who will train you, or maybe you already know in the class that you're hoping to level up with.
Would my training, Kai, be could it be categorized as study?
Yeah, I mean, it could. I mean, it's very well that you could have found yourself. We could just say, we could say that you've been looking around yourself. You may have found someone else who's also actually a mage training with, or someone who's a higher level. I mean, it's part both, you training yourself and then you acquiring new knowledge. So, I think we can be a bit loose with it, but I definitely think it should take time. I mean, and it allows you to do downtime. So training is one of the things you do during downtime, right? It could be training plus. So I'm just trying to see how this rule set plays out.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. But actually, since you guys are now partially associated with the, Academy of Science, you guys have facilities.
Yes, I'm sure there are many barbarians in the Academy of Sciences.
Well, remember, what we mean by barbarian is just an angry fighter.
Yeah.
You could find yourself street brawlers, or you could find yourself someone who is
in the Academy of Sciences.
Well, maybe not. Maybe
yeah,
you'll
that's all I'm saying.
I've
got an idea.
Yeah.
I've got an idea of my backstory, who I can go to.
Yeah. What you need is a sparring partner. That's what you need.
I just thought it would be quite amusing if, there would be some sort of, what do you call them, lab assistant who was walking around 7 feet tall, massive, and just sort of handling tiny droplets of sulfuric acid.
Well, it's not improbable that you might find a pugilist, sort of, wealthy bourgeoisie here who thinks he wants to train him, who's trained himself in the arts of hand-to-hand combat.
My weapon of choice is a pipette.
Yes. I can open that.
That's right. In my backstory, I've got that guy who's sort of my mentor, I suppose.
Yeah.
I've been avoiding him because that's the obvious point to look for me if I came back to the city. But if he can't train me because he's now 61, then at least he'll know someone who can train.
Sure. Yeah. And it very well may be you want to, you might find perhaps Eve has some acolytes in the church who are training to be more offensive defenders of the church.
Weapon users,
Yeah.
I reckon I could find somebody from my past who's still on the streets to learn my rogue stuff from.
Yeah. Get some tips and tricks. I just think it makes good role-playing sense, and also like the instantaneous level up always seems very video gamey to me. So.
What was I going to say? Yeah, I suppose if Herbie is leveling up, does he have? Because I've just checked on the sheet where it says training, so presumably we have to fill a certain number of those holes. Is that right?
I believe. Let me take a look here.
On the features page.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
PCs. Let's look at an album. Yeah, I think this is like so as you go up, those are your training. You can assume that's like weeks of training that you've taken. So that'll just as you are.
So you would only need to fill one circle for level 1, and so for level 2 and 3, and then.
Yeah.
But I was wondering whether Herbie should have an extra circle to fill, because one of them could be taken up with rehab every time he levels up.
Could be. Yeah, that's right. Herbie, you've gotten it. Well, I don't know.
To be fair, Braegar is also putting it away.
Yeah. Braegar was enjoying the extra advantages.
Even Eve had a bit of a dip, I think.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Herbie having to do extra training to go into rehab.
I don't think it's there. I think we should eventually. Where was that website that you posted?
As long as I don't have a problem, I don't need to go into rehab, right?
Exactly.
It's just a chemical dependency.
See, it doesn't mean anything.
My only problem is I can't get enough.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, this was the one I think we found. It was the stand wiki.
As long as you have a problem, you don't have a problem. Am I right, guys?
So yeah. So I think we would have to imagine that depending on how much was used over extended periods of time, there'd have to be some sort of wisdom or constitution check to either to prevent psychological dependency or any kind of physical dependency.
Yeah, I think you guys worked something out last week, didn't you? At least
I think we decided
in principle.
What the effects were, but I don't think we decided any kind of particular rule system for what happens if you become abusive with it. So, we can
just start shouting at your cocaine.
We can figure that out.
You little powdered white prick! Huh? Oh, hi, Shay. That was an interesting point of view to come on. Sorry. I was becoming abusive to my cocaine.
Oh, no.
That's right. Elvis is the only one who hasn't dipped in, so.
Everybody's going to get suspicious of you, think you're some sort of narc.
But he's a narc. He is! He's an ex-cop. I knew it!
I think, here's the question. Would anyone want to see Elvis on cocaine?
Wait a minute. You guys don't know that's cocaine. All you know is some strange white powder.
Oh, okay.
And I love it.
Shall we quickly come up with a name for it? I choose cocaine.
Bath salts.
Bath salts. That's great. Then everyone gets that. As soon as you have it,
I will
you have to roll. Yeah, you have to. It's like a D. It's like a saving throw DC 20, or you become a cannibal.
I cast Destroy Undead.
Like 1d10 turns.
He destroys half of me.
You guys ever hear the song "Fuck on Cocaine"?
Nope.
No.
It's an old.
No.
It's an old trance song. Let me see if I can find it.
I'm assuming it's to do with embroidery.
Knowledge is not only power.
Yeah.
Yes. Embroidery.
Exactly.
I think it was DJ Irene.
DJ Irene. Dun, 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 dun.
Let me tell you something about Coke.
Was everything notarized to your heart's content earlier?
It was.
Good.
We're being audited by the state for our state taxes, so we have to gather up like all this crap that they want for us to verify like how long we've been living here and how long our kids have gone to school here, and yeah.
That sounds
crap.
epically boring. Okay, well,
Yeah.
maybe just pretend you don't have any of that taxable stuff.
Then we won't get our money.
Oh, well, don't do that.
I want my money.
Yeah, fair play.
They tax you too much or something.
Well, our return is like pretty big, and like the state is just kind of being like, were you really here that long? Do we really have to pay you that amount of money?
Right.
Oh, I see. It's, yeah, like
So I'm like, yes,
Pay up,
actually,
bitch.
you do. Yeah.
would you like
Pay
us
up,
to
bitch.
move? What's going on? It's not as if we haven't paid you before. You're literally paying us back what you owe us.
Yeah.
Exactly.
God, state bureaucracy.
I'll be right back. Just grabbing a drink real quick.
Agreed.
Tisk.
Yes. I was listening to a program on Kafka, the trial, the other day, and it always reminds tax systems, living in bureaucracies. Like in Spain, it's horrendous. But anywho, yeah. So coked up Herbie is off doing that. So what are we doing now? Are we waiting up and? Are we waiting to hear about the autopsy, or have we got downtime, or how's this?
No,
week?
well, you guys had one short rest, right? An 8-hour sleep.
Yeah.
So again, you could have done whatever, you would have recuperated whatever's appropriate during short rest. I mean, I don't think anyone even took any damage, but if there's any other abilities.
Oh, I took a bit of damage.
Yeah, I
but,
took a little
I
damage too.
Yeah,
I
I can't remember.
spent my hit die. Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, and that's the circumstances of that.
I don't remember if my damage, mine and Herbie's damage, was like dirtbag damage or actual physical combat damage. Dirtbag damage meaning like you said that we don't eat very much and we're not at full health all the time and.
Yeah, I mean that you would have started at that not full health because you weren't really full, right, at that point in time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, but you guys had a full meal, I think, right? There was a whole point that when you guys got back to the.
Oh yeah, we ate in the inn.
So
I think a couple of guys ate in the tavern beforehand, and we've eaten
Yeah.
everything that the guys got.
So we could argue that you've recovered dirtbag damage because you're full, and so you're no longer in the half starvation mode.
Okay.
So you guys can be at your normal full hit points and everything at this point, especially after 8-hour sleep, because you've had the opportunity to eat well richly. Right? So
I'm pretty sure mine was battle damage. So
yeah.
Am I still
only at 19?
But I think I'm going to take a look, but I think you would have taken. I think.
Am I still sleeping?
No, we shouldn't be sleeping. Everything should be okay.
Except, your hunger and thirst, we decided would be well fed and refreshed.
Yes. Yeah,
everything else was okay.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. Yeah, you guys have eaten like absolute pigs. Thanksgiving dinner. You've been well.
Also at just 14 HP.
Yeah,
Full
Yeah.
HP.
Yeah, you're at max.
Short rest. Oh,
Okay.
No, wait. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So short rest, and you were able to take a. It's a short rest, an 8-hour short rest, and you were able to use your hit dice. Right.
I'll
Well,
say
Toon had hit dirtbag damage.
Okay. So if Toon had dirtbag damage, then he no longer has dirtbag damage. I think that's appropriate. He's eaten his full. He's been well fed, and so the dirtbag damage, I will say, has been reduced because you have eaten. We'll just leave it at there for now.
So you're back to 14.
how much do I? 14. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever the full one should be, then that's where we're at.
I don't remember taking any dirtbag damage, so I'll just leave mine at 19.
Yeah, I mean, everybody started with the dirtbag damage, at the beginning, and
Oh, right. So I can go up to 21 from 19 then.
Yeah, whatever your full health should be. In other words, yeah, because we're not the exhaustion and these food heat effects have been eliminated because you're now comfortably. You've slept comfortably in a wealthy area, and you've eaten well, and so forth and so on. So
Okay.
started normal.
But no hit die. Okay, right, got it.
Okay, yeah. So you don't need to hit die in this because that damage was
Oh, I don't need to hit even the damage that I took.
No. It's like
Because I definitely used a hit die to get to 19.
Then
so
that's
those
fine.
three, yeah. So I still have 0 hit die, but I'm back up to 21.
yeah, you're back up to like just say full.
That makes sense. Okay.
So I think that's reasonable, right? Because you weren't damaged, it's just you weren't really at full health. I mean, in a way. So because of food, so we'll just bring it back up.
Also,
Right.
do you remember I asked that servant to bring us as much long-lasting food and water as he had available?
Well, yes, and I'm sure the servant would have.
How many rations should I put down? I think there's 5 to full. So
Right. So let's do roll a 1d6. 3 days worth of
rations.
bread, hard cheeses,
Okay.
and cold cuts.
Is our water skin presumably full? Because that wouldn't be difficult to fill up.
No, I mean, I wouldn't weigh you too hard. Are you walking around with water skins? I mean, you are in the middle of it.
Oh, that's true. I don't even know if I have a water skin, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like
But we got some
the thing is that you have money. Don't forget, you actually were able to steal a pretty fair amount of money from the mafia operation. I mean, the Thieves, a real deal Thieves Guild Association.
Nice.
Yeah.
The profit from the Honey Pot Bar.
Cool beans.
So for the moment, you have enough money. So reasonably well fed, even if you're just walking around in the city. Right. Although I don't think well, it's okay. So yeah, for the moment, the night has passed. It's in the morning. You can all wake up. At this point, you probably are woken up by the return of some of the servants who are sort of surprised that you're here. There's a little bit of a back and forth discussion when these some of the other perhaps early morning members of the academy show up and see slumbering upon the sets and asleep rolled up in the carpets, and they start yelling for the guards. But within an amount of time, the three members of the academy who you have been, safeguarding, try and take an opportunity to just calm everyone down and explain who you are, and so you're either woken up, because by your own volition or not, but at the end, eventually the three will gather you together, and we'll meet in the same perhaps salon the reception room. They probably ask you to leave the main reception area and take you aside to maybe like an office space with a table, and they'll ask for tea and coffee and some food to be brought. And then and they will meekly ask you, well, what do we do now? At least the older one, who seems to be in sort of a bit of a command of the others.
Didn't we have a lead to go somewhere?
Yeah.
Well, we got the pamphlets to go on, for a start. If we're
the
still
printing
going...
press.
Yeah, the printing press. If we're still going on this missing man thing, then we've got those acolytes to look for, including, their employers, which we would assume would be a gang who wears a red sash. So there are two different directions we could go in.
Is there anything you found at the crime scene that remind you guys of?
Yeah, the what do you call it? Locket. But I don't have that. You guys found it.
Yes.
And the suicide note.
Yes, there was a suicide note, which and the locket. So, do you remember what the locket had on it?
Well, no, because I wasn't there, so I didn't write the details down. I just wrote down that they found a locket.
Asking in general, does anybody remember?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
Okay, that's fine. The locket. I should. It was a small metallic locket, perhaps like a silvery, and there was a picture of a theatrical mask, and engraved were the word "Theatre de la Mort."
Ah, that's right.
That was our lead.
Yeah.
Théâtre de la Mort. This is the Theatre of Death. So I suppose that's another lead. We've got the Theatre of Death, the red sashed criminals, and the printing press. So I suppose we'd say to the people who just asked us, we have leads, yeah, but what are you more interested in? Who killed your friend, or these pamphlets?
But they are both important. Clearly, whoever has killed Frederick is in with these pamphlets. Of course, Frederick was getting too close. He must have learned something, and they killed him for it. We must find who these awful criminals are. No, these slum scum. And he's sort of like, I mean, these criminal scum.
Yes, you realise that making something rhyme doesn't make it more or less true.
Of course. Would you like some more bread and cheese?
Yes, that will stop me from being angry. A bit of bread and cheese. Yeah, that's fine.
He cringes, sort of like moves. He slowly moves, like slightly moves his chair back.
No, I'm serious. I like bread and cheese. Give it here.
Yes. More. Give this man some wine. Would you like wine in the morning? More. 3 carats.
Whoa.
Bring it.
Just coffee. I'll take the wine to go.
Yeah. Of course. But as we have said with our arrangement, it is obvious to us that perhaps we are best suited to analyze whatever evidence you bring to us, so that we can assist you. Perhaps we are not as as useful to you out actually in the city. We may prove to be an obstacle actually at the end for your investigations. Yes. So we are all in agreement. Yes. Yes. Good. Yes. Yeah. They all shake their heads to each other. The two youngest sort of like smiling strangely.
Well, I'm sure we'll struggle on without you, but so you want us to look at it all, do you? Every lead, one after the other.
Well, I
think we set of issues which we've done. So, I mean, if we're going to discuss any further
you're breaking
investigation.
Up. Yeah, that whole time you sounded like a computer program.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just for me. Okay.
Yeah, from like the 90s.
Who's that, me?
Yeah, you.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Oh my god. All right, am I back normal now?
Yes,
everything seems to be set up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole dialogue you just performed was totally broken up. You'll hear it in the recording.
Okay.
It was like beep boop beep pop.
Okay. Well, in that case, all I was saying was we agreed a fee for something which we've now completed. If you want us to continue investigating, we need to discuss ongoing payment, expenses, the usual sort of thing. Don't you agree, everyone?
Oh yes, a daily stipend would be nice.
Well, of course, we will of course arrange this with the Academia. We will have to discuss this with our seniors, but assuredly we will provide you with an appropriate amount. Surely we'll have a full fee.
Good. I would just say to you that when we accepted the last mission, that was one thing. Now we know the level of danger, the two lots of criminal gangs, not to mention what we might find on the end of a lead taking us to an illegal printing press. I would say this is at least 100% more dangerous than the first mission we took on. Wouldn't you, Braegar?
100% more, yes.
Yeah, what do you think? What's her name? Eve. What do you think, Eve?
At least, yeah.
Yeah, at least 100%. I'm pretty sure the little guy agrees.
That's my professional opinion. It would be maybe 150%.
Little guy, big ideas. I like it. Anyway, just something for you to ruminate on.
Of course, we will biting his nails. We will discuss this with our superiors and do our best to accommodate this, of course, with a bonus upon, of course, concluding this mission of finding out what is happening. Yes, of course, yes. This is true, yes. He, his eyes sort of wander around the room.
I look over and I say I need a piece of paper and a writing implement.
Pierre, go find this man what he needs. He looks down at his plate and just picks up a piece of cheese.
Kai, is there any fruit, or is it just cheese and bread?
Oh, no, there's Dave. Dave brought out a nice, grapes and some apples. It's like nicely, so they, have a nice plate, sort of clearly, engraved, perhaps with silver. There's some sort of china-ish, and some nice crystal glasses, and very nice-looking silverware. These things. So yes.
Do I notice that the silverware is fancy?
Oh yeah, you definitely notice the silverware's fancy.
Okay, I pocket a knife, a butter knife.
Sure. Yeah, they don't. These guys don't really notice. It's not so hard. So, let's say it's like 1 SP's worth.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounded okay.
Yeah, I don't care about the how much it's worth. I just want something fancy on my person.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Fancy. Okay. 1 SP worth of fancy butter knife. I think that's what it would be. I'm not really sure.
Now, is it one of those like regular butter knives or one of those short, stubby butter knives?
No, it's like no. I mean, there is bowl of butter. It's like a short, stubby, butter knife, like a fancy restaurant. It's like it's a fancy, the way it's been made. It's clearly
it's weighty and
yeah. And it has like one of those, and so I wouldn't say engraved, but it's shaped.
Can I just say, when Braegar and Herbie start running drugs through this city, and I know so there will be a drug running ring eventually, you should start calling your first lot of pills FBK. Can I get 1 SP worth of fancy butter knife, please?
1 SP.
So
why is he talking in increments of silver pieces?
But yeah. So eventually he comes back, several sheafs of I would say legal size pad paper and an inkwell with a fancy plume.
And I look as he's handing me the paper and the writing implement, and I go, "Take this down." And I totally ignore, like, grabbing the paper from him. And I turn away and I start tapping my lips with my index finger.
It's like, yes, just do it. Okay.
I need incense, chalk, 10 gold pieces worth, charcoal. With these components, I can summon an animal.
Oh, really? Well, that would be fascinating.
Out of the mist, he will come and be my companion for life. This creature does not need to eat.
Do not know this mist. Do you mean the weave?
The weave, yes, the weave.
The weave.
I didn't want to say it, but you forced my hand. The weave, yes. I will pull this creature out of the weave. It does not need sleep. It does not need food. It does not need water. It just needs my companionship.
Then is such a thing alive? Is it truly alive, or is it some sort of construction?
It is living, but not.
Well, Pierre, go about on it. I am sure that we can have charcoal and chalk here. Incense, we will have to go to the old temple section, or something. I don't know where to buy such a thing, but we will find it for you, of course.
Yes. And when we return, I will pull this creature out of the weave.
And you will teach us how to do this also, yes?
Of course. That is part of the arrangement, correct?
Yes. And you see him rubbing his fingers together. Oh, we shall. This will be fantastic. Whoa. Little will they know, we will gain much power and prestige. And they all sort of laugh and snicker.
Are they twisting their mustaches while they're doing that?
Well, I mean, they're like, the combination, rubbing their beards and like rubbing their fingers together in anticipation. The Pierre smiling broadly from ear to ear. A bit of mustache twirling.
I could teach you how to cut a man in half with a blunt object for 50 gold.
But perhaps after we have learned from
yeah, we'll take
Braegar about his great abilities. It may be more attuned to our current knowledges to do such a thing.
And next I will teach you to use the weave to weave magical baskets from the weave.
Yes. Yes, I mean, if you can create something out of nothing, that's not just mere illusion, not a thing of just light or trickery of the mind or enchantment. Well, this is powerful. Of course, that is just the beginning. We can conjure a basket. We can conjure a table, a weapon, conjure an animal. Such power.
Can I just say, I respect the way that you went from basket to table, because that shows an unbelievable lack of ambition.
Table weaving.
You guys want to hear a funny joke?
Yes.
How do you call something that's evil that's from the weave?
I don't
Weevil.
know.
Weevil.
Is the funny joke before or after this one?
Fuck you, Elvis.
I give Herbie a little scrunch on the head, ruffle his hair. And he sneak attacks me for 15,000 coke damage.
Because he rolled a crit.
What's your ankles, buddy?
Right. Sorry.
It's okay. So, by the way, there is a particular reason why they might be referring to things as a weave, because the Church of Hala is a well-known... Hala, y'all! It is a mystical sort of paganist religious belief, which is sort of, paganist witches, sort of the Wiccans of Ravenloft and Dhampir. They do run hospices throughout the city, and they talk about magic, and they refer to it as the weave.
How do they greet each other, the members?
I don't know.
They ain't gonna holler at themselves? Or...
No.
No. Come on, you've got to go holla, holla if you're in the Church of Holla. It's like being in the Church of Hello and then greeting everyone by saying, how you doing? You're missing a trick. Anyway, so the weave.
And so, time passes. You guys, these guys chat Braegar up about, they keep on asking you persistent questions about how it feels like and what they must do, and are they pronouncing this right? I mean, I think you've really given them some sort of, semi-magic spell stuff. Oh, actually, no, you guys, Toon, not Toon, sorry, it's not your character's name. Herbie were successful last night, although you probably woke up than everyone else, maybe, because you guys were busy coming up with a fake spellbook, correct?
Yeah, mm-hmm. That's right.
Right. So that might be even something you present, and you say, it's up to what you want to do, but you have your fake spellbook.
I totally forgot that we were crafting that fake spellbook.
Yeah.
So I pull it out. I say, here is a here is a spell book.
It's definitely the weekend.
Oh, so I whip it out and I hand over the spell book, and I say, these spells may be a little rough around the edges. I think I put in like my prestidigitation and maybe prestidigitation and firebolt. I'm going to say these are problems I would like you to solve. These spells are incorrect. In order for you to harness the weave, you must figure out the right connection?
Yeah.
Wording? Verbiage?
Yeah, the right sounds and movements. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, here you go.
Say. Oh, and he looks at this. Oh, look at this. Oh, here is the beginning of our power. And they greedily take the book and they get up and they go over and they're all huddling around each other. And oh, this is wonderful. This is wonderful. Oh, who would have known that we would have found such power amongst? Just luckily, just simply by hiring assistants to guard us. Who would have known they would be so knowledgeable and powerful? Keep on looking at you and smiling and rifling through the book.
Braegar walks over behind them as they're lording over the book. I put my hands on their shoulders and I say, "You are now my assistants." and I firmly shake the shoulder and then release them and just walk away.
Okay.
I have to say that it would have been much cooler if that's how they ended, the seasons of The Apprentice. You are now my assistant.
All right. They seem to look at each other and they kind of look at you and they shake their heads so they seem enthralled by the pursuit of power. And are happy to play along.
Now, Kai, do these guys have any type of skill other than anatomy, human anatomy? Are they any a level in something, or are they just commoners?
No, I would call these guys nobles, right? They're
nobles,
aristocrats, right? They're wealthy gentlemen. And they're not nobles in the original sense because we're not, because of the government system. But they are, right? I mean, They are. Some of these guys are either bourgeoisie or they're they're actually nobility, right? Because this is a kind of this is a republic, but the republic's controlled entirely by the.
Okay.
So so that's what they are. They're basically dilettantes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, they're super wealthy dilettantes. So they got variety of skills and I would say in history, expertise in history, expertise in, I wouldn't call it arcana, I'd call it in science.
Okay.
But not in anything magical. So that's where we would put them. But they don't have any. They're not any PC class. That's what you're asking.
Okay, yeah. So I make I'm assuming there are candles on the table, right?
Yeah. There's candelabras around the.
I cast prestidigitation to turn the candle flame from red to green to blue.
And they're like, one of them's like, oh, but that is just illusion. Yes.
Touch the flame if you want.
And he goes and he hovers his hand near the. Waits as you and he's like, yes, let us test. And, he has done it. And he says, but wait. And he rips a little piece of paper and he puts it above the candle and slides a piece of paper, like a strip of paper from the parchment that they grabbed. Do it to this.
I do it to that.
Oh, amazing.
Yes, what is ultimate power?
And they start mumbling about themselves. Oh, we would need different materials to change the color. How has he done this? It's just not just mere illusion. And they're like, oh, you must. Would you teach us this also? Where does this come from? We must understand the techniques. Oh,
that particular spell is one of the problems you must solve in the book.
Oh, fantastic! Oh, this is just the beginning. And it says, okay, well, come then. Then we will leave you, gentlemen and gentlewoman, priestess. We will be off, Braegar. We will study this. We will combine this. We will go to our laboratory. We'll see if we can replicate your abilities. Come, let us go, gentlemen. And I expect that you can report as soon as possible. By the end of the day, or at least 2 days, it would be excellent. You can choose where you should go, but perhaps for your own good, it is less dangerous to follow up on this printing press. Yes, it is less of a problem.
Before you go, I'm sure all of your wonderful alchemists and scientists here must have been able to kit themselves out with some potions that might heal a man if he's taken a knife to the guts. Got any spare?
They look at each other. Oh. Well, we I am sure that we have some medical salves and things that we have been working on to heal sicknesses, but we do not yet have such a thing as what you speak. Such power does not Braegar have. He can call forth animals. The power that we have seen him.
I'm not asking Braegar. I'm asking for you to give us something useful, considering you haven't paid an advance on this. Now, if you can't heal us, what can you provide us?
We can provide you with, well, we did help each other. Well, we provide you with bandages and salves and some medication against pain.
Forget it.
So, like a healer's kit, Kai?
Yes. Yeah, I like magical healing is not common.
Yeah. So, we could take a couple of those healer's kits.
And they talk to each other. Yes, some and here, and it'll be a super. What would they have on hand? Let's see what's really believable. They will give you 4 healer's kits, i.e., they will find like a pile of bandages and some kind of salves. They'll have antiseptic and
I do.
And they will say this liquid here it is experimental. Actually, it is a combination of caustic soda and a extract the bark of a plant, and he starts rattling off some gibberish. And he's like, there are some who say that this is worthless, but if you use this upon a wound, we believe that it will drive away the foul airs and protect it from
infection,
the evil spirits that may enter it.
Well, we'll be sure to try that for you. And I'll stand up and grab the bottle of wine that they said I could have to take away.
And they will say, this is more powerful than even the wine. Yes, it is distilled wine. I would not drink it, but it is combined with many things. Go ahead.
Nothing is more powerful than good wine. Now, is there anything anyone else wants to ask, or should we get up? It's a bit rich for my blood in here.
So I'm sorry, Herbie, anything that you would need? Eve, anything else you would? We have not heard from either of you much. Sorry.
Herbie's fine for right now.
Eve? Hello?
Shay there?
Shay?
I'm sorry?
You there?
Yep.
Oh, yes. Anything else you would actually want from the this Academy of Sciences before you take off?
No. I think we have what we need. We should just head to the printing press.
Okay.
So I guess everybody can put one healing kit on your sheet?
Yeah. Yep.
Who took all the rations? Because I might need one of those.
Yeah, I mean, you guys...
I think we got 3 each, didn't we? From the...
No, that was...
Is that what you said? Was that just me? All right,
that was literally just three rations worth of stuff is what it is.
Right. Well, I put 3 rations on my sheet, so if I take off 2 of you can have one each, I suppose.
In a sense, it's like you basically guys have what's left. You've got, dried meat, some sort of like dried ham, something that's, edible, some fruits, some cheeses, some bread in like parchment paper. It's not like hardtack, but it's, basically a little snack.
Long lasting.
Yeah. Ration.
So I've only got 1 now, so 2 of you, 3, I suppose. And a ration dot.
I'll take.
But, don't forget, I don't know what you did, but you have a chest full of money, and I don't know what the hell you guys. I presume it must have been Braegar himself who took his chest.
No, we
split it.
But he just
I think
distributed it?
Yeah.
Oh, you
because
just
I've got
distributed it.
198 gold here, and I gave a couple of gold to that old woman and stuff.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot. Yeah.
But
So I mean, you guys can carry it around. Not. It depends what you want to do.
I want to know: does anyone want a rifle, a musket?
Yeah.
Otherwise, I might sell it. Because I'm not. I like to get up close and personal with people. And also, I've just realised I'm encumbered.
Have you been carrying around the musket?
I don't know, to be honest. I forgot I had it until I just went into my thing.
I don't think so, because muskets are really big. Like, I mean,
would I have left it in the church?
You might have left it in a church, I think, to be honest. Yeah, I remember. We are. The only people who can. Okay, yeah, it doesn't really. If you're in the the court area.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want it, so yeah. I've got a musket, ammo, and gunpowder.
Yeah.
In my thing, so I was going to sell it, but if I haven't been carrying it around, we'd have to go back to the church to get it.
Yeah, I mean, well, you guys have to go back to the slum areas anyway, because printing that's basically where it is. But just to remind you, open carry, the only people who can open carry weapons are nobility. And by open carry, most nobility will be carrying pistols or rapiers, right? Like, otherwise, no one can, it's illegal.
So we can't even walk around with a rapier or a dagger on our hip,
unless you hide it.
Have to be hidden under your cloak.
Yeah, okay. Technically it's illegal because the laws are made for these wealthy aristocrats, and they want to defend themselves against you guys, the commoners. As a matter of fact, a rifle would be considered, the musket would be considered a military weapon. You're not even supposed to have that. I mean, it's fine. I just I wouldn't be rolling it. Technically, in the world, if you go out of the slums, assuming
it's like walking around central London with a rifle out. It's okay.
Yes, it's essentially it's kind of like that. So.
Yep. Okay. Well then, shall I just leave it off my list and put it in?
Yeah.
I'll put other items in there and just make a note that I've hidden it in the church or something.
Yeah. I mean, so it's available to you.
Cool.
Didn't somebody else have a? Didn't anybody pick up a flintlock at some point, like a pistol?
I think Herbie did.
Yeah, Herbie, you got is that true, Herbie?
You got some sort of firearm on your character sheet somewhere, I think.
So did you say that we split that gold?
We did.
Because I only have 10 gold on my sheet, so I didn't add my share.
I think it should
we
be
didn't say we split it fairly.
It should be 200 for you then, Shay.
Okay.
All I have on my sheet is a rapier, a short bow, and a dagger as my weapons. I don't have a flintlock or anything.
Yeah,
I think I might have thrown it away.
Okay. Same thing. You wouldn't be walking around with a short bow. I mean, you can. You just, if you're in any place outside of the slums, or maybe even if the slum, depends on who looks at you,
Where would a normal person be able to go and purchase a weapon, or like a nobleman to go to purchase a weapon?
Oh, they are in the noble, in the merchant, right? Then there are definitely places to buy these things, but you would have to show paperwork. You have to show your citizenship papers and demonstrate that i.e., basically have to have a gun license or a weapon license for some of these things.
Okay. So,
I mean,
before we leave, I guess, knowing all this information on paperwork and licenses and shit like that, and we're in a room full of noblemen, I asked them if I can see some of their paperwork.
Their citizenship papers. They're yes, of course. But why are you looking at these? You have your own, do you not? But here is my name. Yes, it is as I have said. Pierre Lelafont.
That is you, and your companions.
And he. Yes, this is part of the investigation. Yes, come.
Yes,
they
yes,
show you
of course.
They bring out their notarized citizenship papers.
Okay, and as I'm reading it, I'm passing it down to Herbie. At each one I read, I pass the next one down to Herbie.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make sure to remember them so I can forge them later. At least I assume that's how Braegar wants me.
Yeah, I can do the same thing. So, just so we can split the work evenly.
Yeah, sure.
Do I need to make any kind of check for that?
I guess you would have to have a forgery check. I mean,
I do have a forgery.
yeah, you know. I mean, when you do it now, it might be best to have it, right? So a couple of things. Like, I haven't really decided how this works, but yeah, there's like name, and there's like a special thing. One of the things that is like it's a special like seal mark that makes them, gives them their sort of, noble, seal, and that their names are to be found in books of the noble books. So it might take a while for you to like get this. One of the things you need is like match the kind of notary imprinting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, yeah, so
is that done by like a government official, or does everybody carry? I guess that would be a government official. That's
yeah, it'll be a government official. Yeah. Yeah. So this is again, I'm trying to make this a semi-modern, city with semi-modern thing ish.
So, Kai, how is encumbrance done? So I can, and also, how come a bedroll weighs more than manacles? Anyway, carry on.
I was using the alternative,
which is what,
five times your strength.
5 times 18, or 16,
yeah.
or whatever it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, then it says I'm encumbered, even though I'm nowhere near.
Let me see there. That's just your sheet. Fix the sheets. Give me a chance.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right.
What are your slashes, Charles? Like it says current, and then it says maximum on the right side.
Where am I looking? I'm on current. Current is 91.6. Maximum is 270.
Okay.
Why is it? Sure.
You're at 91.6.
92. Basically.
92. All right. So you're 2 pounds encumbered. Your max carrying is 90 pounds.
Yeah. Because
before you're encumbered, so you got to drop two more pounds worth of shit.
It has to be because it's 5 times what your strength.
Yeah.
16, I think. 16.
Yeah. So,
if your strength is 16, then it's much less.
It's not. It's 18.
It's
8. So it's 18 times. What did you say? 5
is 90. Yeah, 90 pounds you can carry without being encumbered.
Right. Okay. So I need to drop. Honestly, what is my bedroll made of? Is it like adamantium or something?
But let's not forget something. You might have an explorer. Let's be honest. You're walking around the city. What don't you actually need walking around? A lot of D&D stuff. You're doing a lot of wilderness travel. You don't need a camping in the middle of the city. Yeah. So you can get rid of things that you don't think you need to be literally carrying around in the middle of the city.
I'm sorry, Kai. I refuse to believe that I don't need 10 torches.
Okay. It's up to you.
Well,
you can carry whatever you want. I'm just saying you are in the middle.
If we leave the city, then I suppose I'll.
Yeah, you guys have to. You guys do have places to store these things,
Yeah, that's fine. Well, let's just assume that everything is in the.
All right, now I found where it's under options. I was trying to find the encumbrance was.
Oh, that was you. Sorry, I thought it was me.
Yeah, no, that was me. I wanted to make sure that the encumbrance was. Yeah, it's set to variant. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah. No, it makes sense.
So,
15.
I'll get off your sheet. Sorry about that. I was just trying to.
No, it's all right, mate. It's fine. I just thought I was doing something weird, but I wasn't for once. So
yeah, and I'd say that to everyone. Like, remember, this is more of an urban adventure, right? If you have things in your backpack that are for clearly wilderness travel or dungeoneering or spelunking, you may not need it. It's up to you.
Trust me, Herbie will go spelunking if he wants to.
You'll be a good spelunker. You're small and nimble.
I have stuff like a crowbar and shit in my backpack. So
well, that's kind of a thief. Yeah, it's a thief tool, and it's also a club, right? An improvised weapon club.
Yeah, I guess I could bash him with his head.
Yeah.
Right. Well, shall we go and find this thing, or do we want to buy stuff first, or how does this work?
I would like to get Herbie a hand crossbow, so he's not lumbering around with that short bow.
Maybe we could ask one of your new acolytes to send someone of rank to get one for us.
Could be.
Yeah, I guess we could do that, but we'd have to wait for them to come back with it, and who knows how long that would be.
It's traveling across the city to some place, legal arms shop.
Or we can forge these paperwork and all get whatever we want.
True.
Now, let's be honest.
Although, to be fair, when looking at us...
well, there's a couple of things. Well, actually, no, Evangeline, it is unlikely, it will be almost impossible, Braegar, for you to pass off as a noble, because they would not allow.
Although I can just as easily pick out the dens of criminal activity in a community, which means I might be able to find illegal weapons sales.
Oh, well, between you, probably know where there are illegal weapons selling in, the different courts of miracles. Yeah, that you don't have that option. Absolutely,
it's definitely a good idea to have that in our back pocket.
Oh yeah.
Herbie.
Especially Herbie, like Herbie and Braegar. You guys are definitely more on the roguish side of things. You're dealing illicit. Your money making is done illicitly, really, as con artists, and so Herbie definitely knows. I'm sure. I could, I'll have him roll a check, but he might know a guy who knows a guy who's got illegal weapons. Technically, Herbie probably bought his weapons illegally, because there's no way Herbie would just be able to walk up to one of the more, refined high streets.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that I would know the hotspots, who would be moving what.
Yeah.
So between us, we would be able to find somewhere in the slums.
Yeah.
I am a legitimate businessman. Don't let him fool you.
I'm a legitimate businessman.
Sniff, sniff.
Yeah. So,
It looked like you've been sniffing Frosty's panties.
Yeah. Of course, if you do buy any of these things illicitly, the price of them will be much higher, as these are. And now you're talking about black market goods. But you guys have money,
We have money and we have ways of persuasion.
Black market, they might not be functioning properly, too,
I will be able to see that. We're comfortable enough with weapons, and also if they're selling stuff on the black market to criminals that then backfire, then they're going to have lots of angry criminals after them. So it's almost more of a guarantee that they'll work.
You could get you could always buy the broken one, even try and fix it, or you can get a reasonably full functioning one. You suppose, how this works.
But we'll be able to have a look.
Buy.
The more you pay, the better off it is. If you pay, garbage 22 handgun in front, from that dude at the corner of the projects, when that thing blows up in your hand, well, you did just pay.
Why would you buy something if you can just steal it? Though?
You would have to. True.
That is another option.
That is definitely Herbie's attitude.
All I'm saying is, we are going to the slums rather than in the opposite direction in order to find this printing. So it would make sense to at least start there, and if we don't like what we see, either leave it alone, Herbie steals it, or we do some bargaining. Either way, that would, to me, seem like the next port of call if we want to buy weapons.
Yeah. Now, one thing also, lucky enough, is you guys have been traveling by basically a hired carriage that really pretty much is, belongs to the Royal Academy. So no one's been bothered. Any weapons you've been carrying, like your short bow, Herbie, no one's public, right? So luckily, advantage of that. And as soon as you hit the slums, police presence is diminished. So it's easier for you to hide your short there. That's not a problem. The bigger problem is as soon as you leave the police presence now, especially, is quite high. Oh, and let's not forget, actually, ever since the uprising, that you guys all experienced, police presence in the slums is a little bit higher. Especially during the day. So that's when you really have to be careful. They're continuing. There still technically is some sort of, enforced curfews throughout the entire workers' court, which includes your sections, so forth and so on. So you have to be aware of these.
Okay, so shall we strike out for the slums, look out for etc., and then head off to this printing press that's being protected by the Corsair gang?
Let's go.
All right.
Okay. I suppose the easiest way would be to say, "Oi, you, posh boy, call us a carriage, please."
Yes, of course. Pierre, go and arrange one of our carriages.
Thank you, Pierre.
And Pierre basically is up. He's a younger guy, somewhat short, a bit portly. He definitely has a retrograde, hipsterish at this point, musketeers, waxed mustache and a beard. It's a ridiculous fashion amongst the Of course, he also is, now that he's, during the day, he's made himself up. He's not quite the level of the noble, the high-level aristocrats who wander the government sector. So he is dressed up, reasonably dandyish, a bit of white powder, a wig, a dashing hat, his rapier.
He's got a wig and a hat.
Yes.
Oh, overkill.
Yes, he's got the wig and a tri-corner hat. I mean, to you it looks ridiculous. He carries a rapier. The handle is fantastically ornate. It's well crafted.
I nod to Herbie in that direction.
It will be mine. Oh yes, it will be mine.
As these guys all, it was like laying. It was just, he grabs it, he puts it on. It's like, yes, of course. I will. We will go together.
Where are our tri-cornered hats? You didn't bring enough for everyone.
He looks around. He's like, but this is mine. I don't know. We don't have a tri hat.
Yeah. I know you don't have much of this where, the air is more rarefied than your noble circles, but that's what we call a joke.
Oh!
Now go and get the fucking carriage.
Sort of jumps back a bit and he looks at the other two. And, you cannot speak to me like this. You are but the... And
I step up to him, look down at him, and say, I do believe that I can.
I hired assistant.
Carriage. Now.
He seems sweat. Is a little bit of sweat drip down from underneath his wig, and it's leaves a mark, lightly powdered face. His eye twitches a little bit. Yes, of course. Completely.
And as he leaves, I will turn to everyone and say, I presume we don't want to be dropped out right in the middle of the slums. Do we know anywhere where we might be able to procure what we need to procure so we can be dropped off close enough to it, but not so close as to draw attention?
Why?
Looking at Herbie and Braegar.
How far away are we right now from the slums, Kai?
Oh, okay. Wait. Let me bring you guys. Give me a second. This is not the right. I have a very high quality map of it, but it's on my Mac and I haven't been able to get it. I know this PDF isn't so great. So you guys are basically like here in the Quarter Public, kind of see like you're like in this area. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and your slum area is
Okay.
the Quartier Ouvrier. Please fix my pronunciation there, Charles. How should I say that?
No, it's Quartier Ouvrier.
Yeah, Quartier Ouvrier is the workers' quarter, right? This is the one that's super, super dense, and your slums are like, pretty much around here. There's multiple slums in this area.
How many miles
this is
a square?
Yishi. I mean, this isn't miles, right? Because the city is huge, but I would say that this is I don't know,
half a mile a square.
Yeah, half a mile a square is probably correct. Something like this. Yeah,
roughly.
Yeah.
So between Herbie, Elvis, and Braegar, and maybe Eve, I don't know enough about her backstory. One of us is likely to know. Between us, are we able to work out where the best place to look for?
Yeah, I mean,
unregistered arms might be.
Herbie, take a let's take a what might it be? Herbie, just take a intelligence check.
Okay. As I'm the smartest person who is around in this.
I mean, you're trying to remember a place, and like Herbie's like, and you can get help from everyone else.
I mean, would I know, obviously, as well?
You experience
help whoever's the most intelligent
take out dens of. Okay, and you can just as easily, it says you can easily, you say, so you can, so there's a difference. There's a difference between knowing and finding. You go somewhere, you easily pick out the dens of criminal activity in the community. So,
yeah, I can easily find the local outposts of the similar,
yeah,
and just as easily pick out dens of criminal activity in a community.
So that would be a situation you guys are going to go down on the ground and ask some questions, right? So you think you know where it is. Yeah.
So if Herbie points us in the right direction, for example, or
Herbie, not a great.
Can I help whoever's doing the search?
Yeah, it's an 11. So with the search, you guys talk, and like Herbie thinks, there's probably an area of the slum where he thinks there's he knows how to find someone who sells illicit arms.
So if we get the carriage to the other side of the river and then walk over.
Yeah,
that's probably what for example.
Yeah, so really, the edges of the river here and the crossing. These areas are now like everything along the river is quite highly patrolled, and there is a big. Let me find again. I wish I had the better map to get that eventually. These areas where there are maybe some major road crossings. Any of the roads and bridges, especially along this edge, they're now more highly patrolled, right? And technically, if there's roads that lead along the river's edges, anything along the river's edges, and any road that leads from a gate, that's a gate over here, they're more highly patrolled because they're areas where it's possible that the normal people work. It's the poor area, but not the total ghetto area. But yeah, you guys just have to get past that.
Yeah, what's this in the middle, Kai?
Oh, fuck. Let me find the nice map. No, sorry.
You could just make something up if you like. Just say, that's the Olympic swimming pool.
I believe that's like a church there.
Well, why don't we have them drop us off on that side of the river in the church in our nice, untouchable carriage? Sorted.
Yeah.
Right, and then we can go.
But if you get there, that area is going to be not quite slum area. That's just a poor.
Yeah, no, but I don't think we want to take the carriage into the slums.
No, you don't.
Get close to the slums and walk in.
But just reminder to Herbie, you better figure out a way to hide your short bow.
Yeah.
Well, I'll carry it for you if you want under my cloak.
Yeah. Okay. You can do that.
It's tiny.
You're a big guy. Yeah, you're short. I mean, what do we think the size is?
Sorry.
Yeah. What do we think
for a halfling?
Yeah, for a halfling.
Well, let's
3 feet, 4 feet.
Longbow for a halfling would be like a short bow for everybody else, right?
Yeah, like a meter. Yeah.
Yeah, about 3 feet. Yeah, about a meter.
I mean,
that would equal his size. That short bow. That makes.
Okay.
I was about to say I'm 2 feet 9.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Oh, you're 2 feet.
Yeah, like his short bow
2 feet
would be
9.
like half of his size. So
About 1.5 foot, then, should we say? Because it can't. When
So then that's 1.5 foot with the actual curve. So if we like take, I don't know how you want to hide it best with curve, with actually loaded with the string or not. Because if you unstring it and let it fall down.
No, we'll keep it strung in case we need it. But I'll hook it over the back of my backpack.
Okay.
So if you can imagine the D, putting it over the top of the backpack and then swirling it round so that you pull it down and the string, where the string meets the top of the bow is flush to the top of the backpack, so it just comes down.
Kind of hidden, kind of behind your back. It's behind your backpack, pretty much in one way or another. Okay, against your coat. Okay, that's fine. We'll presume that it's reasonably hidden for the moment. Okay, that's fine.
Can I use my knowledge of Eve's Calm to see if there's like any messages on the walls or something that would point me in the right direction?
And also, we know the name of the local gang is the Corsair Gang now.
Well, yeah, it depends. Actually, oh yeah, can someone else? Who's gonna? Who's got a high? Who's got the highest intelligence?
I think I do.
Why don't Braegar? Why don't you just roll your intelligence? Let's do a quick intelligence check.
Awesome.
Okay. Herbie, roll me a quick intelligence check. Okay. Between Braegar and Herbie, you guys should recognize that if you guys go back into the what do you call it? Courthouse, right, where you were last night, then assuredly some of you are not so easy to hide. And if you've just basically attacked one of
I got what you're saying.
Criminal guild's major money-making people may be looking.
Yeah, we're gonna watch our back.
It may be in your best interest to be careful or not draw attention to yourself.
I think
maybe giant Braegar in a giant.
Maybe we should try to procure our weaponry
in a different
legally.
Well, there can't be more. In the whole of the cart, there's going to be more than one.
So, yeah. So, can you guys give me 30 seconds or a minute? Like, you guys chat, come up with a, think about this information, come up with a plan if you want, and I'll be back in a second. Okay, just want to get something to drink.
Okay.
Yeah, they can't have the entirety of the slums, but then if we're just walking, looking around the slums the whole time.
Sure. All I think is that between the three of us, we should be able to know roughly where to look, not exactly the street and the thing. So if we can get to a zone that isn't controlled by that group, that is also associated with weapon sales, or illicit sales of any kind, we should be able to find our way. But if we go to the other side of the city, the noble city, and to do it for us if we've got the carriage. Can you disguise yourself though?
I can, but I would rather not. I would rather not use up a spell slot. I can just use my disguise kit.
I also have a disguise kit.
Well, you could do that then.
I'll put on a fake nose and a wig.
That's true.
Groucho Marx glasses.
Well, you could borrow Pierre's wig and hat.
Waka waka.
Waka waka. I mean, if we're trying to get Herbie his hand crossbow, then it's either buying it illegally or spending time going halfway across the city, buying it illegally, but in a more legal place. Anyway, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Also, does anyone else notice there's a train station?
Where?
I do not.
What's this?
Oh yeah, it is a train station.
Vroom vroom, bitch.
I mean, there were locomotives.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It looks like a train. Maybe it's I don't know, something else.
Let's take a train. I've never been on a train.
It's supposed to be like Victorian Paris, right?
No, not Victorian. Like we're talking before, like revolutionary times.
Okay.
Like just before Victorian, basically. Like end of the 19th century. But anyway, I think when Kai gets back, we should tell him that our entire plan involves going to that bridge and writing down the numbers of the trains that come past in a book and just being very excited about them. Basically, I think we should go train spotting. Maybe we could buy some anoraks.
Hello.
Why don't we rob the train?
I like it.
That sounds like an amazing idea.
That's
This is worse than Robert. Yeehaw.
We didn't really get very much further, did we? What are we actually doing? Sorry, we got distracted by the train station.
I was about to say, where are we getting my weapon? Are we trying to go legitimate and get disguise kits?
Well, if we're going to get caught in either place, would you rather deal with some thugs or would you rather deal with the law?
Some thugs, definitely.
Yeah.
These are my people.
Unless you think you can disguise yourself well enough that by the time we get there, you're disguised. You can borrow what's his name's hat and wig.
Well,
I mean, no matter what, having the weapon is illegal, right? So why are we going to try to get it legally if it's illegal to have it?
Because it's illegal for the likes of us. We don't have citizen, nobility papers and stuff like that.
And another thing you have to consider, it's not just the thugs we'd have to contend with. There's also a larger presence of the law in the slums as well. So we could be dealing with two factions if we get into it with one in the slums.
Oh, we're definitely dealing with two factions, aren't we? There's the red band people and the people we pissed off last time.
I'm talking about the police and the underground.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's true.
So if we try to get it legitimately and don't fuck up, we could just walk in, show our paperwork, walk out. If there's a problem in the slums...
we could send Pierre in for us to buy it.
We could do that as well.
If we can't intimidate him into doing it, we can appeal to his loyalty to the college and say that his masters were very keen for us to finish this job at all costs, and if that doesn't work, we can bribe him. So
this all sounds like potential persuasion or intimidation checks.
Okay.
Otherwise,
let's ask him first and see how it goes.
Well, no, shall we tell him where? Yeah, let's ask him what the best place to get. We don't know anything. Well, I suppose I would know a little bit about where, but I wouldn't probably know enough now. We'll just say, should we say to him, take us to the best weaponsmith in the Quartier Marchand or the Quartier Public?
it would be in the
which? Sorry.
Yeah, it would be in the Quartier Marchand. They would. Yeah. There's probably a weapons street, right?
Okay, so we just ask Pierre to take us to weapon, and then we'll tell him what he has to do when he gets there.
And he's like, but he's like, well, yes, yeah, I suppose I know a location. Certainly, I know where I bought this. Here, let me tell you, the man was the great Pierre. He's a very well known. He's
Sorry, you're cutting out, Kai.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah. So Pierre starts, rattling off, yammering on about his rapier, and how beautiful it is, and the man who made it. This particular artisan, Thady Montiel, and after about like a minute, I'm sure you all get this jabber, and he, as he's staring at the sword, he's like, "Oh yes, of course." He puts it back. I suppose that the where I purchased this must also have the other types of weapons shop. So yes, we will go there. Yes, of course.
Thank you, Pierre.
But why would you want to go there? No.
It's academy, secret academy business. We can't tell you until we get there.
Oh, do you think that there's a special clue there? Did you find something? Of course.
Oh, Pierre, not in public, mate. Shh. Come on, we'll tell you when we get there. It's secret squirrel time.
Yes, of course. Yes, we will go. Excellent. And so he leads you through, and and he's like, he suddenly gets all sort of excited now, and he puffs his chest out, adjusts his hat a little bit. He feels like he's like, yes, of course, I will continue to be part of this mission. And he struts out. He says, "Come follow me. I will take you to the location." He's like, and he's going out, and he waves his hands, and he's like, and he kind of like says too loudly, "Come, my guards and assistants. We are on to our special academy business."
I rolled my eyes.
He says this all unnecessarily loudly, prances through the main hall as many other of the members of the Academy of the Nobles are walking about in the morning. I'll stare at him. Some of them snigger as he walks.
Can I try
and... secret squirrel.
Yes, do not worry. They do not know what it is. Let them know that I, Pierre Thibault, am on special business. I feel like slapping him, of course, but he continues. And so he leads you down the hall, out the entrance, and there is a cab, of course, waiting for you in the black regalia, the Academy of Science. And off you go. So Hector Pinchon. So I'm giving you guys Hector Pinchon and Pierre Thibault, and.
Can I just, in case, make some forgery? Can I forge some documents to make sure that if we get somebody asks for our papers, that we have some?
Well, that would have taken some time, and it might be quite difficult to do rolling around on cobblestone streets in a carriage.
That's a very good option.
You could, if you want to take some time trying. Before
there'll be time for that, Herbie.
Yeah, and we're not going to get out of the carriage. We're just sending him in up there. So.
Yes. Of course, he doesn't know.
Hopefully, it will be all right.
All right, and so off you go, and you will, travel across, and because you are traveling clearly in a carriage that is crests of the Academy of Sciences, you don't have any trouble when you are crossing. I mean, you cross Culture Public to the Culture Machan. And clearly there seem to be some occasional way stations. You do see city guard, sometimes accompanied the Royal Imperial Militia at the different crossings. Sometimes checking. Your carriage does, is in traffic. It is stopped quickly, but your driver. Speaks some words of French, says that this is members of the Academy of Science, unofficial Academy of Science business, and you are waved off very quickly. Fathers with you, and you are off. And of course, from the Culture Publique, which is where major government buildings are, is sure Charles would know, this is the central region area. You get deeper into now the workers' quarters, but these are areas of high art, high street artisans, and so on. And where you end up going is definitely a place the wealthy are still walking about. And you will eventually stop at a street that is well paved. Many small shops with brightly painted signs and glass displays. There is a huge selection of different swordsmiths and weaponsmiths and guns. And Pierre looks out the window and is like, "This is a street where we will find something." Yes, of course. So, and he looks at you, but how will you purchase anything here? And he looks at you, Braegar. It's not like you can just walk up and buy something here. Look at you.
Oh,
well,
Braegar will burn everyone to death eventually. But not today.
Did you say that out loud?
No. This was my inner monologue. I smile widely, baring my fangs and teeth.
Yeah.
Yes, how would I get in there? With a mad smile.
I meant no offense. It is just
Pierre, calm down.
Are you all right?
First of all, have you hurt yourself?
No. I haven't
okay, fine. So, second of all, the reason we're here, and I look over my shoulder as if, it's secret. Your bosses have told us that you can be trusted. We are on a mission for the most sacred and important Academy of Science. But to do so, we need weaponry that only you are trusted to purchase for us. Not much, but we couldn't have anyone walking into this shop, anyone that wouldn't know the importance of the Academy's business, and that's why you were chosen. Braegar and Herbie will give you a list of what we need, and it is your job, sir, to purchase them for us.
But if I buy this, it is my name that will be on the purchase in the registry. If they find out that I have purchases for someone else.
Well, you have purchased it for someone else. You've purchased it for your bosses at the Academy, for the safety of the city.
Yes, but roll a persuasion check with advantage. Okay. Yes.
That a boy.
Moles it over. Sorry, anything to say?
No, that a boy. I was just.
Yeah. He mulls it over, and he's like, "Well, yeah. Well, of course, if it is Obsessed has told you that he did not speak to me, but of course it is for the mission, and it is for the Academy of Science."
Pierre, how do you think your bosses, who are not even as good as you, have risen as far as they have? It's by doing what's necessary. I slap him on the back and say, "You're the man, Pierre. Tu es l'homme."
Yes, of course. It is, you speak the truth. Yes, I am. Of course, I should have thought of this myself. Yes, I will do this.
Good.
And tell me what you need. I do not know if I have enough money for all this.
We can sort the money. Don't worry. Just listen to Herbie and Braegar. They'll tell you.
Okay. And so I suppose it's going to be a light crossbow or a hand crossbow.
Hand crossbow for Herbie. I would also like him to buy me get prices on gunpowder and shot.
I've got gunpowder back at the
Okay.
and ammo back at the church, by the way.
Yeah, I believe
I need
yeah,
access.
Okay.
Find that. Okay, we'll do that. So, and then I'll put zoom boot, hand crossbow bolts.
Yeah, hand
Plus
crossbow
casing.
and bolts. Mm-hmm.
This bolt case. And we could find gunpowder. Gunpowder prices should be in in the. I'm sorry, the Ravenloft rules under the incident. I think there should be some official prices for that. Okay, and then he goes out and he's like, and he's proud. He's like, yes, I will again am contributing to this great mission. When this is all said and done, my name will be on a plaque in the academy. And out he goes. As a matter of fact, he's so excited he sort of half stumbles out. He almost falls, getting out of the carriage. And he looks around, straightens himself out, wipes the muck off his shirt, off his pants, his fucking tights that he wears. And he struts off, trying to find, and you see him asking, getting directions, and walks off down the street. So it's probably going to take him a little while before he comes back.
Well, he might be annoying, but at least he's fucking stupid.
Can I spend this time then to forge some documents?
Yeah, this would be the time you could try and forge some documents. The bench.
Can I help him by looking over his shoulder and being like, no, this word should be here? And
absolutely, that would give you the advantage in a 19. Now, are there some rules of how long it takes to forge? I really don't know if
that's up to you, Kai, I guess. I don't know if there's any specific forgery. There might be something in Xanathar's about the forgery kit.
Yeah.
It's a dex check over a certain period of time or something like that.
Let me see.
Or sleight of hand or something.
I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, just any info here. So we can kind of, anyway, I don't know. Sealing wax. Presumably this kit lets you add your text, make a physical forgery or a document. I mean, writing it out, it's okay. The one thing you're going to have a problem with is
the seal.
The seal. Right?
Yeah.
So part of that is you're going to have to find some place to steal one of these seals. I mean, there might be some place that makes official forgery stuff. Some high level guy in the that you can have access to in the slums.
Yeah. Okay.
So I like this. I mean, this is straight from. There's some info thing here about using from Xanathar's or not.
78 is the tools.
I'll have a look at it.
So it's like, what is this like? There's a 10 minutes or something here?
Forgery kit. Here we go. Forgery kit. A forgery kit is designed to duplicate documents and make it easier to copy one person's seal or signature. Components. A forgery kit includes several different types of ink, variety parchment, papers, several quills, seals, and sealing wax, a gold and silver leaf, and a small tool to sculpt melted wax to mimic a seal.
Okay.
So I would be able to try and recreate the seal.
Okay.
A forgery kit can be used in conjunction with an arcana skill to determine if a magic item is real or fake. Deception. A well-crafted forgery, such as a paper proclaiming you to be a noble or a writ that guarantees you safe passage, can lead credence to a lie. History, investigation, other tools. It's just got other things associated with how you can use your forgery kit, but that's basically it.
Okay. All right. I mean, what do you think? It's I think that's fair. I mean,
I think we would probably need time to actually sculpt the seal.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I don't think that would be able to be done in the 10 minutes behind the back of a carriage, but
yeah, you might be able to start making. You might be able to start like inking the thing, right? Copying the way it's written, but like the full paper would.
Yeah, it might take us a couple minutes of crafting the seal.
I think, yeah. Let's say
in
like
a controlled environment, you know.
If you want to do it really nicely, it might be like maybe let's say an hour per actual documentation to make it. Does that sound fair?
I would think that the hour should be initial, and then each subsequent should be 15 minutes, because we already had the hard part done with making the seal, you know, and the seal could be used on every single document. So then it's just the copying of the verbiage at that point.
Okay, well, I'll just write this document.
Sorry.
15 minutes per edition. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I don't know what it's a reasonable rule of thumb for the moment. Yeah, so I think making it in the back might not be best. Although you can study it, right? You can spend the time studying, looking at. Actually, you don't have it because you don't. Those guys took their papers back, so it's another thing. Yeah, I think it would be best if I think it'd be more realistic if you have an original. Because if you've never done it before, you've got to be looking very carefully at the original one to really do it very well.
Yeah, once we go back to the school, we can jack one of their papers and look it over the entire night and replace it.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to say...
cup of tea.
This is what happens. Okay. So it actually takes him about an hour for it to come back. You've been just sitting there in the carriage. He finally returns Pierre with a couple of small wooden boxes. They've been wrapped up with twine, and he's got a big smile across. He gets in, and he's like, I have gotten it. Successful mission.
Oh, there's DCs for these things too, Kai. It says duplicate wax seal DC 20, mimic handwriting DC 15.
Ah, okay, and that's in Xanathars.
Yeah,
I do have Xanathars. I can just so okay. I have access to it, so we'll say that at some point when we get back, you have some. I think that should be done during, right? So you get some real downtime.
Yeah.
Or whatever. There's time, whatever you guys want, but it'll take it'll take about 2 hours. So whenever you want 2 hours, it would make sense in the academy. That's what you want. So it's the safest place to do. So we'll bring that up then. Okay, cool. It's in Xanathars.
Kai, if you want to give me a handout, I can put
sure
information in that.
Oh, thank you. It's a good point, Anthony. I will give you. No. Braegar can be edited. Put that.
Show it to everyone.
All players. Yeah. I'll put it for forgery. I'll just call it forgery info, and you can edit it. Players, save changes. Okay, can you see that now, Anthony? You should have access to it.
I will in a second.
Yeah. Okay. So eventually I put that down into ability checks and stuff like that. Cool. Okay. All right. Well, that's successful. And he is able to, he comes in beaming, and he's like, I've got everything you wanted. It was so easy. What a fool that merchant was.
And how much for the gunpowder?
Okay. So gunpowder is actually, and I believe I do have the right steam black powder weapons, explosives. I think here I can use the DMG, right? So it says a gunpowder keg of it is 250 gold pieces. Let me compare that with my other weapon. Anything different here?
Is there a half a keg?
Yeah, I guess you could have a half a keg, so a powder horn is 35, a half 10 pounds would be.
They've got powder horns.
Yeah, that makes sense if I have powder.
Okay, I want 4 powder horns, and I want 10 shots for each.
Okay, like, did you ask? Okay, so now you want him to go buy it?
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
He's like, no, okay, yes, but you don't have a, don't even have a weapon. How is this for?
I do not need a weapon.
Okay. A strange one, but I will.
Science.
This is for the mission, of course. And so he's going to go out, and let's say it's going to take him another half hour to go get stuff. So I presume you guys are. Yes.
At this point, pull up my. Well, I'm assuming my hood's always been up. So keeping my hood down, I'm going to get up and stand on the back of the carriage, like I did before when we were in going out of the last place, and just keep a lookout for 10 minutes, see if anyone's looking at us, or if there's anyone that shouldn't be.
Gotcha. Well, we'll go ahead and roll a perception check. Okay, that's fantastic. You actually don't notice anyone overtly looking at you. You do notice that the street is busy. There's a bunch of, it's full of dilettante dandies in very expensive clothing with rapiers, twirling their weapons around as you see them sort of. Some groups of them, tittering, and you do see this place is well patrolled. There are several times you see, mounted,
Patrolmen.
So yeah, soldiers and guards patrolling. So no one's paying attention to you, but you do notice.
Yeah. Well, I'll just get back in the car.
Yeah.
And everyone else. Nice, quietly.
Imperial guards and city guards are all out.
And wait for Pierre. And then I suppose we better get going to Duck Street.
Yeah.
Or at least as near to it outside of the slums as we can.
I'm just testing my hand crossbow class so I don't get scared that some niggers are firing. Okay.
Yes, okay.
Did I also get a quiver with it, or no? Or am I just using the short bow bolts?
No. I believe that what you guys purchased was, I think, 3 boxes, a hand crossbow. You got a casing, and you've got.
Yep.
Okay. 3 gunpowder horns.
How much bolts should I add to my sheet?
Oof. I don't know. Did you guys even?
They normally come in 20s, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, so you could have 20, or you could have you have 2 casings within the casings. So I presumed.
So he came back with my 4 horns and my shot. Okay.
Yeah. Just give me a second. Yeah. 4 gunpowder horns. And at the moment, it's going to be times 70. It's 140 GP. So you guys can figure out deduct this.
I'm paying for the horns. I'm buying
Okay.
those. So, and I need
And
10 shot each, so 40 shots.
Yeah, so it's powder and then so we have lead pulse, and that's take 10 shots.
Actually, I don't want the shot. I want him to. Do they have copper pieces in there?
Mm-hmm. I mean, so you ask him for change.
Yeah. I give him a gold. I give him a gold, and I say I need 10 copper pieces. So it's 100 copper pieces for 1 gold, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I give him 1 gold. I say I need copper.
Okay.
Also, is there a hardware store?
One.
Oh, spin it. Just give me a second.
Okay.
Give me a second. Un segundo. Eso, stop.
I'm basically making 4 IEDs.
Yeah, I thought you might be making a pipe bomb or something.
Alright.
I'm gonna
So I said, is
load
there a
up
hardware store?
the horns with the copper pieces, and then reseal
Anthony.
them. What's up?
How many crossbow bolt cases did you tell the guy to get?
1.
Was it 2? 1. Okay, so that's 10 crossbow.
You can have 1 case, but you can have more than that in bolts if you put the bolts that you're not using in your backpack. But you've got at least 20 bolts, depending on how many Kai asked you to pay for, I suppose.
Yeah,
I would say a hand crossbow's bolts are probably smaller than normal bolts, right?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it just depends how much you guys want to divide. What do you want?
You're talking about the witness? Charles?
Hey? The witness, yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like Sue. Is that Sue? It's an old man named Sue.
Sue is an adult, maybe.
But, yeah, so we're okay. I think what Kai's asking,
Oh, I see.
Toon, is just how many crossbow bolts did you want?
Oh, just 20 is fine. I've put 20 on my sheet now.
Cool.
Okay.
Well, that's as many as you got then.
How much would that cost me? Hand crossbow and 20 crossbow bolts.
Jeez, okay. Okay, so the hand crossbow is 75 GP.
How much? 75?
Yeah. Yeah, and then question. It's gonna be. Nope, it's another from there. Because I'm just using some of the stuff in my steampunk weapons thing. Is there any info there about that? No. Let's look up in DM. Yeah, sorry, I don't know off the top of my head. And crossbow. Information about the. No. Jeez. I have no easy way to.
Hand crossbow.
Yeah, could you? Anybody want to help look
Yeah.
at the compendium plan book? So. I gotta find that. Okay.
P for the hand crossbow, 1 GP per 20 crossbows.
Okay, all right. So 1 GP. All right, so 1. 20. Okay, thank you. There you go. So that was 76 GP for you.
Yeah, taking it off my sheet.
Right? Okay. 140 for the gunpowder horns, plus 1 GP, which you didn't really, in worth of copper.
Copper. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So Kai, I'm gonna take 25 copper pieces and stuff 25 in each horn.
Yep.
So if I gotta shovel a little bit of
you're gonna have
gunpowder out to compensate for the size of the copper, I'm willing to do that. I want to shake it around so they're kind of evenly distributed inside the horn, and then reseal the horn.
Okay.
And then the excess powder, I'd like to put in like a little piece of cloth and wrap it up like a little bundle.
I think when he starts doing this, I'll probably ask Pierre to go and sit with the driver for a bit, keep an eye out.
What's 100 G? What's 100 copper?
100 copper is 1 GP.
Yeah.
No. What's it weigh?
Oh, I don't know. Let me see.
Yeah, so we can divide it up, right? So somebody had 100 copper to their sheet. How much the weight changes?
Add it to
Where's my sheet gone? Hang on. I mean, the weight is something we can...
It's,
I'm just trying to think, okay, how about... No, I'm just going to think, let's say you got to take out... so you basically maybe you end up...
It's 2 pounds per 100. So it's like it's like a half a pound for 25.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So half a pound. So then, like a gunpowder is so gunpowder's to shove that stuff in there. Yeah, you're going to have,
I can make like 8. I can make 8 of these then.
Well, you've only got 4 horns.
I've only got 4 horns, but I asked him to go back inside and get me 4 empty horns.
Okay, fine. Yeah. And he does that. That's fine. So it's another. So those 4 empty horns are going to be.
And I give him another gold piece for 100 more.
For it to get change.
Yeah.
Now he gets like nervous. But doesn't this look suspicious?
The mission, Pierre. The mission.
Can you make do with 4?
No, it's fine. He goes out, and he's like, "Oh, okay." So, and he goes out and he gets more gunpowder. And let's see, what would be the right for the horn? The horn itself.
I mean, it's the same as a pouch times 2, maybe.
Yeah.
So pouch is what?
So let's say the 4 of them themselves. Let's just for 4 empty horns, because they're probably because they're also 4 empty. Because also you're thinking you're buying these, and gunpowder horns are like nice looking. They're they're like wealthy. They're like they're etched leather with fancy sort of forged caps with antlers and deer heads and those ridiculous things. This is fancy wealthy hunting lodge type equipment. So that's another 35 gold just for the powder horns themselves. Is that? I mean, I don't know. Is that or like 25?
35 gold for the just the horns?
For 4 horns?
I don't know. What do you think? What's fair? They all have high quality. This is you're not buying any cheap stuff.
16 maybe. 4 gold.
So the horns
16.
are equal to or more than the powders. The powder that's in it is what you're actually purchasing, but now you're a horn is 35. A horn of powder is 35, right?
No. I'm saying 4 of them would be 35. 4 of them would.
Oh, 4. Oh, okay. I got it.
Yeah. Of course,
okay.
I'm not saying 5. I'm just saying 4 of them would be 35.
Yeah.
But if we think it's cheaper, if we think it's 4 gold pieces, that's fine. I'm just trying to find a price and imagine. Well, it's finally at the end of the day, you're buying 5. So how about this? 4 empty, 16 gold. Okay,
16 gold.
GP.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
I don't want to quibble too much. I'm just trying to find something that's reasonable.
Okay, so if are you going to make those in the carriage?
Yeah.
Or should we send Pierre up when he gets back to sit with the driver and keep an eye out and not come back in without knocking?
Sure.
It's just if bombs go off and he's seen us do that, it might make him a bit nervous.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we'll say Pierre, go and sit with the driver and let us know when we get there by knocking, and we'll let you know if you can come in.
Okay, each bomb is 2 pounds. I've got 8 of them. Awesome.
Eve, is there anything you would like to do while all this is happening? Kind of quiet today.
Nope, just listening in and seeing what everybody's doing, and I don't really know of any way that I can be of help. But
once we get on the streets to Duck Street, that's when it'll kick off.
Exactly.
All right, just give me. I'm sorry, guys. Just give me another quick segundito.
Duck Street's not a very salubrious part of town. A lot of quack houses.
Jesus Christ. I think it's just psychic damage in real life.
I'm laughing because that joke was so bad. It was so bad, it's funny.
That's kind of the thing. Sometimes they go the other way. Not by choice.
I'm thinking of making Braegar a war wizard, but I might go Evoker. Because Evokers are fucking nasty.
I was thinking about maybe becoming, what do you call it? Arcane Trickster.
Arcane Trickster?
Yeah, but I have a really terrible intelligence where I put everything in Dex, so...
I mean, you could always work on your intelligence.
You could do Mastermind. Mastermind's very cool. I've got a little gnome Mastermind roll up. It's awesome. But I suppose it wouldn't really fit with you're not the Mastermind, you're the... So maybe a Scout would be pretty cool. They got some cool abilities too.
Yeah, I'm also thinking, since I'm technically a bodyguard to Anthony...
I mean, Braegar wouldn't stop you from branching out and growing. So if you wanted to be a mastermind, he would endorse that. I mean, he hired you as a bodyguard, but he has grown fond of you, so...
I have to start a union for bodyguards now.
You have to go kill people in the union, you said?
I have to start a union for bodyguards now.
Yeah.
Actually, the bodyguard union is quite a cool sort of like front for an illegal business, isn't it? So it's like basically on the surface you're hiring out guards and bouncers and things like that, but you're also available for assassinations, robberies.
There's a lot of turnover rate in the business, Is that because people die all the time? Is it because people mess with Herbie and then they suddenly don't belong to the union anymore and get killed? Who knows, really? It's all up to the people what they think. But if they think the wrong thing, they might not think for very long.
So we can't find Herbie anywhere. He's been in the streets for years. Where has the consumption of cocaine gone up most in the city? In this quadrant, he's there.
Tell me that my character starts to sweat a little bit. It's getting hot.
Or you don't get let into a tavern because you're chewing your arms off.
Herbie's blowing people for cocaine now.
I was about to say though, since my backstory is like an ex-drug smuggler, I would know what cocaine is called, right? That would make sense.
Yeah.
What happens in the back alley?
I would also know what it was. Yeah, exactly.
That would be an amazing subclass of rogue, wouldn't it? Rent boy. The rent
I
boy.
fucking love that.
It's like that Pogue song where the bloke comes to London and ends up a rent boy.
Can you explain to us people what a remboy exactly is?
Oh, it's like a gigolo, basically.
Oh, okay.
But low end.
He called me a low-end gigolo.
A male prostitute.
Gigolo, I'd definitely be a high-end gigolo.
Yeah, I'm just saying, not you specifically, but as a subclass rogue, it would be hilarious if, well, not as a child, but after that you became a gigolo to pay the bills, and then eventually you learned a lot from it, and then you could turn into a blackmailer.
Sounds more bardish
a mastermind
than roguish.
Oh yeah, that's a great show. Yeah.
That would definitely be a bard thing, I think. Like
Yeah, I'd agree.
A geisha.
Like having a stripper class or something.
The geisha class.
Well, the geishas aren't, they don't do sexy times. But,
I like to see David play that.
What, a geisha? I don't think you can do it.
I don't think you ever played with Bert the Copperford, did you?
Did I ever play what?
So, you've never played with David's character, Bert the Copperforge, right?
No.
I think I have the session recorded somewhere on Google Drive. I just said a little bit. But basically, when David plays a female, he would also do the female voice when talking with her.
Uh-huh.
So he would just go really high like this. And he'd just talk like that for the whole one shot.
Hi guys, sorry.
I'm surprised Dave actually played a female. I don't see that in him.
I can't remember why. It was really fun. It was a bit of a character backstory session.
All right, we are back.
We're still stuck in that godforsaken mansion, aren't we? Anthony.
What mansion? Oh yeah, in
Yeah.
my thing, yeah.
Yeah, your game in my. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, we could always go back.
All right, where are we going now? What are we doing?
We're going to the Duck Street, or at least we're going to get dropped off. I think we said here.
Yeah.
Somewhere over that side of the river, and then make our way into the slum. Duck Street. Or Rue de Canard.
Rue de Canard.
By the way, there's Acolyte. Did I say that earlier? I've just read my notes again. So.
There's what? The acolytes?
Yeah, those women who probably weren't acolytes that argued with Frederick. Apparently they smelled of perfume.
Cinnamon perfume?
Also,
Yeah.
Yeah, like a hot cross bun or a cinnabon. Cinnabon. That's the thing, isn't it?
Oh, delicious cinnamon. Yes.
I enjoy pastries very much. Braegar says.
So, should we just assume that we're entering the slums now, rather than, or are we doing the journey, or how are we doing?
No. Unless there's anything special during the. Goes quickly. So, by the way, I will tell you that where you were going to be dropped off, because I have finally opened up my very high definition map. It's Yes, it is actually that it is near the church at the church. The nearest crossing would be the bridge. Hold up. Would be Pont de Éconu, and it is Mont. It is at the very intersection of La Petite Moussade and La Saloon River.
Okay. The little Israeli intelligence. Yes. Like it.
I don't know, MUSARD.
Sorry? No,
I know the joke, but how would I pronounce that correctly? MUSARDE.
MOU Musad.
Musad.
Yeah. What since then?
Right. As get are let off in front of this Montoir, and these this is at the very edge of the workers area. This area is actually quite well gone. Come off across the bridge, and you will clearly see that there are horse patrols. The bridge, coming across the Pont de Éconu. You are again checked. Luckily there is, it is easy because you are carried, let go very quickly. It's not a problem. Very, very small at the moment, and let off in front of this sort of church. Not a problem. You are going to have to get yourself carefully through the blocks until you getting closer to probably the l'Église de Mont-Noir, which is almost like a Notre Dame cathedral area here. Mini slum area. Okay. Is there anything special that you guys are going to do as you move about? Be as normal?
Well, personally, I'll be keeping my hood up, but looking around at all times. In case I'm looking out specifically for slashes of red across people's shoulders, and then just single-mindedly walking without, not too fast, not too slow, just nonchalant. Workers' quarter. I think that's our best bet.
Okay. Anyone else? Everyone else? Anything in particular?
Nope.
No.
I hand everyone a bomb.
Okay.
Just in case.
Just in case. What are you expecting, Braegar?
I don't know.
She's gonna smile and put it in her pocket and just nod a few times, mm-hmm.
I put it away and say, normally when people say case, they give you whatever this world's equivalent of a paracetamol condom is, not a bomb.
Go ahead.
Just if I give the word, you hoist the bomb.
Righty ho.
So I have a question. Is there a lighting mechanism?
There are firebolts.
Oh god.
Oh, okay. I see. So
I do have some tinders in my. I have a tinder box.
No, okay. So just the way this is literally just the closed powder. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that's us.
No fuse or anything. It's just a closed powder.
Yep, just closed up powder. Yeah, closed up powder with copper in it.
Okay. just double checking. All right, so let's check it. So you need to get yourselves back down into the Quarter Miracle's house. Okay. So, I need to say. Okay. All right. So it's it's daylight now. It's like after past lunch at this point, and I suppose that Pierre is going to take off in the carriage, and he says, "I can. Shall I meet you here later, or you make way back as needed?"
You go back. We'll get it.
Yes, of course. Well, good hunting. Yes, adventure. and he closes the door. Off he goes.
That bloke is a cackling, maniacal idiot.
And so, yeah, you guys, walk through, get yourselves over. Let's see if nobody notices anything. Okay. So it takes you maybe an hour. Get yourself kind of weaving through the streets until you start making yourself closer to the slum area here.
I think once we're in the slums, should we discuss how we change our behaviour from just walking about to maybe being a bit more careful?
It's up to you, right? Because I would say that up to around here, it's kind of okay. It's a little bit like, I would say, Rio de Janeiro. This is like kind of normal streets, kind of like merchant streets, and then suddenly it gets a little ghetto-y right around here.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So in the ghetto, guys, are we going to carry on just walking, or be a bit more?
I'm going to keep my hood up. Hunch a little bit so I'm not as tall.
Mm-hmm.
Same here.
And use my staff to resemble like an older gentleman walking.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And maybe avoid, but keep an eye out, the corner of your eye, for any flashes of red, and that's it for me. Just keep going to Duck Street.
Okay. Eve? Anything in particular? Okay. Herbie, my man?
I'm holding my hand crossbow under my robes. Kind of like stalking them, so like kind of staying behind a bit to make sure that nobody follows us or anything like that.
Gotcha. Okay.
Do you want me to make any check or anything, or just that's fine?
Okay. So like you were doing what were you doing?
I'm just staying like I'm walking behind while brandishing my crossbow under my robes to check if anybody's following us or anything.
Gotcha. Okay, no problem. All right. So yeah, I mean, roll a yeah. Okay, deception 12. I saw it. Okay, and also yeah, deception? I think you should roll a deception, right? If you're hiding bow and stuff. Okay. So let's see how that works.
Deception and perception, right?
No, just a well, yeah, at this point, to see how well you're hiding your crossbow. Not so great.
You can clearly see a lump sticking out of Herbie.
Yeah.
Herbie's robes.
Put all the money in the bag. See, yeah.
Hey guys, I don't really play the violin.
No funny stuff. See.
I'll fill you full of bolts. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not so hot. This as well. I guess you know let's just do this real. Probability of anything.
I mean, it's like a guy holding a gun in their coat. You know,
yeah.
There's a gun in your coat, but
exactly
you don't see it, so
it just looks like a weird bulge, right?
Right around his crotch.
Yeah. So
like I'm trying to hide this, but I'm not.
Okay, Herbie, roll a perception check.
Another deception check?
A perception.
Perception. Okay. Hey.
Yeah, Herbie. So although you guys are walking, maybe like two blocks when you think things are going to turn a bit rougher, but you're not so far from where the patrol areas haven't been heightened. And you do notice that there's a city guard patrol, 2 of them, across the street, maybe about 20 meters back, and you realize that they're looking at you.
Guys, those guards are looking at us. Do you think it has any...
Oh, that's a crossbow, is it?
No, I'm just really excited to see you, Charles. I mean, Elvis.
As he says that, can I have... I'm not looking at where he suggests they're coming from, but can I see around us in any other direction, like or a shop or anything that we would have reason to go into?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's still a fair bit of, this is like low-level businesses. There's, some bars, and there's probably some, goods stores, general goods stores around. At this point, the street, it's in the midday, it's quite busy. There's lots of carriages, going back and forth, people yelling, there's deliveries. So it's a very busy street, right? So it's like, Herbie, you just saw them around the corner of your eye. It's clear that they're walking. They sort of paused. You saw one of them point towards your general direction, and they started to continue walking. You can see that they're trying to cross the street. They're starting to walk towards you, but there's a lot of traffic. It's having a hard time. But yes, there's a place that you can go.
I'm going to try and disappear into the crowd.
Okay.
And I'll say to Braegar, because he's as big as I am nearly, should we go into a shop and try and head out the back way, or at least just wait and see if they come in?
Are they guards?
They're soldiers.
They're city. These are city guards. They're not
they're cops like I was.
Yeah,
basically.
They're not the Imperial Regiment. Yeah, they're cops.
Do they look legitimate? Like
they look like legit. Well, if you turn to look, they certainly look like legit cops. In terms they're wearing like the city guard, which is one of the few people. They are actually half leather armor, and you can see they have the crest of the city on them.
So I'll say to Braegar, let's head for the dodgy looking shop that we can get into and head out the back. And if they follow us, maybe we have to have a word with them.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
All right, are you going to do this like stealthily, right? Like disappear into the crowd?
Yeah.
No, so I think so they can see us. We're just going to go into we're too big. Crowd. So I think what we'll do is just into the shittiest shops that we can see, like a greengrocer's or whatever. Just walk through the doors.
Yeah.
I don't know what Eve's doing. Is she back yet? Is Shay back yet?
I mean, we can presume.
I presume she'd come with us. So.
Yeah. Okay, Herbie, you've. That's a good check. Nothing happens here. Yeah. Okay. Well. Yeah. Herbie, you easily. It doesn't take much. The streets are crowded, and again, there's merchants. You go to what would be a. There's also a lot of street stalls, just people selling things on the streets. You go yourself. I would say that both of you, Braegar and Elvis, you get yourself into what's essentially a very cheap, simple grocery store, selling very basic goods.
Walk up. Yeah, I'll say to Braegar, keep an eye out the window, see if they're still coming for us, and I'll walk up to the counter. And say to whoever's behind it, I'll hold up a gold coin and say, "You got a back way out?"
And they look at the solar in your hand, and and they kind of like point to it. They look at you, and you look quite intimidating, and they point towards the left, and you can
in the eyes very intently and say, "You never saw us," and then flick at the coin, and then go to Braegar and say, "They still coming?"
Are they still coming, Kai?
Braegar, yeah, you can see them. They're like street now. They've been, they're kind of one of them's looking away towards the store, and again, you can kind of see because there's not a window. It's just kind of because they open a hole. where there people are selling things on the towards the street. And yeah, you can see them. They're kind of towards the store and trying to get themselves past the last couple of when the carriages have stopped and they're yelling at it. So you've got a couple of seconds.
I say we got a way out the back. Let's go.
Okay, and
assuming it wants to, of course.
Yes, the greasy older man behind the who's just kind of in a simple leather apron, who's behind a very makeshift table, grabs it and he walks away from you, and he closes the front doors. And you see him move his head. So okay.
Sorry, I missed that. So
the guy takes the gold. He moves towards the front door, and he closes the front door. And he
so we can go at the back.
And he shakes his head like he moves. He motions his head towards. And you guys, right around the back, there's there's an alleyway full of garbage and trash. Smells terrible. It's like it's a couple inches worth of fucking just like basically shit mud all the way up and rotting garbage.
So we'll try and come round and find a connecting where we can carefully look and see the front of the shop that we've just come from, and also try and look for Herbie.
Yeah. So I mean, it takes a while for you guys down buildings. So there's a little maze. Kind of make your way back towards the street where you were at, and who's got the best perception? Make a perception check.
It would be me, according to the thingies.
I mean, you can kind of see through the police off. These city guard are knocking on the door. Actually, no, you wouldn't have seen that. It just takes a couple minutes for you to get over there. And you just see this, whoever it was, they got their hands up and they're like, I don't know, they're pointing in the other direction, away from the alley across the street, and you can't hear what they're saying. But you see the police slap him on the back, with this guy, and they cuff him on the side of the ear. And you can see and the guy just got his hands up, claiming ignorance. It seems like he's shrugging his shoulders.
And can we see Herbie anywhere?
Nope, Herbie's out of there. You have no idea where Herbie might be.
I turn to Braegar and say, I guess we should hear him gone and maybe look for Herbie. We don't want to go too far and get separated.
Well, we just we go right to the spot. Herbie knows to go there.
Eve, you okay with all this, Eve? Anything you wanted to do?
You're with us, I think.
Yeah, nope, sounds good.
Okay, fine. Okay. And again, crowded midday, lots of noise. Probably played you.
So I suppose we'll just try and join a crowd without being seen and head in the same direction to Duck Street.
It should essentially sound like what I wanted playing was I didn't even hear what was playing. But let's get this large city day of trade. Sound like at the moment.
For a moment, I thought you said large city Dave trade. I was like, the market just selling Daves.
No. Yeah.
That would be unusual there.
Have successfully evaded that momentary presence. And again, you eventually get just to who can. And actually, you might actually, you don't even not sure what it is, and you might have to ask around quickly. It takes you a while, perhaps for some people, to point things out, because Medical House is not necessarily your, the neighborhood where you're always in. But you eventually find it in a small, decrepit alley. Actually, you can either get both of you guys, one of you guys, persuasion or an intimidation check to get the information you need to get here.
I'd be happy to intimidate, unless you think you...
Try to persuade?
Persuade away.
Whatever you guys feel. And is anyone going to help? Can help?
Well, can I help by standing over the shoulder and reinforce does
And
persuade them.
what information do we need
Would you-
in the
you just-
alley?
You're just trying to find this alley with Connard.
Okay.
Duck Street.
Yeah, it's
Rue de Connard.
hang on, I've got it here. It's at the far end of Rue de Canard.
Yes.
Le Griffon. Is
Yes,
what we're
the
looking
Griffon. Yes. So basically, just trying to find this. It's a simple check. But
So I am going to use my predatory charm, and I'm going to bat my eyelashes at this guy, and I'm going to say, "Hey, I'm a little lost. Could you point me in the direction of Canard Street, please?" And then I'm just going to smile.
Okay. And I believe friends at will. And so, yeah, it's actually this thing. Yes, and so we'll assume that this person, person takes it, sorry. So the friends came to. It's essentially friends. And, friends. No, why is it not here? Yes, okay. Look, so person's is gonna just do a simple 20 check. No check. They're like, oh, yeah, yes, of course. Oh, anything for such a beautiful woman.
Oh,
hey,
and
hey, baby.
I'm really sorry, but I find myself kind of low on coin too. Would you happen to have any spare?
Yeah, maybe. Or and he reaches in and he gets a bunch of dirty, grimy copper. Puts them in your hands. He's like, yeah, well, I'll take you. It's this way. maybe we could come to my house later. I can show you where I sleep.
Well, I do have plenty of errands today, but maybe another time. Rain check.
Okay. So, so this guy takes you around, and he eventually takes a couple of minutes, and you'll eventually get to the beginning of Connard Street, a kind of back alley location, and let's say it's okay. Right, yeah, one action situation too. Kind of like this. So it doesn't take you much for you to heat out, and then eventually. I don't know. Are you going to get rid of them? What are you going to do? Hang out with you? Or
Nope. I'm going to say, all right, well, thank you for showing us. What we have to do now is a bit of a private matter. I'm sure you understand.
yeah.
But yeah, you can find me at, and then I give him some bogus address.
Sure. And he's like, yeah, I'll come tonight. And he wanders off. So we'll say this actually was quicker because I think the predatory charm. This is the one. This is.
It's an hour.
Yeah, but I think this is. It doesn't matter. I'll think we'll talk about this later.
In an hour, he's repulsed by me.
Yeah. He hates you, but it's good enough for now, as it is. So yeah, you get to where you need to go. Okay, guys, and so it's like this. It's a hole. This area, it's it's a decrepit back alley, and so eventually you get to the place. You will see that it's a sign that's been hastily painted on some cheap wooden boards. It's called Le Griffon, and then there is a little painting of a myth creature, a griffin, on there, and you see that the all the shutters to this place are locked, or closed rather, and that is closed.
Can I keep walking?
Go ahead.
Can I keep walking straight past it as if I'm not even looking for it?
Yeah.
Keep an eye out for anyone who looks like they're protecting.
Who looks like they're what?
Either protecting it or keeping an eye on them.
Well, I mean, you notice this is like a dirty, let us say slum back alleys. There's little, at the end of the hall, at the place, there's some kids sitting in front of one of their shacks, screaming and yelling. You can hear, there's some,
But no one
people-
keeping a specific eye on the shop front.
Doesn't look like it. I mean, you do notice that there are people, and they're out and about, sitting on their front stoops, or a mother with their child, or, older gentlemen walking with a cane. Well, not really a cane, like a broken cane.
At the shop. Okay, that's fine. I'll go back and join the others.
Nothing that looks, no one that doesn't look like they belong here.
Okay. Cool. So I'll go back and join the others at the door.
All right, what are you guys going to do? The door is locked. And
should we maybe wait for Herbie down this end? Maybe sit down and pretend we're playing some dice or something?
Yes, we must wait for the halfling. Now, what are we supposed to do to this guy? Or are we killing this guy? Or we're just
No, we need to find out who...
Everyone!
Murder hobo.
Yeah.
We know that he's being protected, or paying protection money, to the same gang who we ingratiated ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason we're here is to find out who is ordering this Gerard Hughes to print these anti-government or anti-establishment pamphlets.
Yeah, and again, remember, this is this weird Lost King thing. I mean, it doesn't, it seems a bit odd, but you know that there are various different political factions, and I think it was one of you may have suspected. I mean, clearly there are anti-Republican factions, which would. So there are some basically monarchists who are wishing a return to. They're the radical anti-aristocrats who want to tear down the current republic because it's not serving their interests. Get rid of all the nobles. Another purge. A huge variety across the political spectrum.
And we know that with the return of the king, they're talking about potentially reinstalling the prince or the descendant of the last king as head of a government.
And nobody wants that.
Yeah.
Well, the establishment definitely doesn't.
Yeah.
And they're paying us.
Yeah, because again, there's a whole bunch of treasure. It's some lost palace that it's, and the most important one is that that there is a descendant of somehow the family line from hundreds of years ago has been hiding in de Montpellier and is the rightful heir to the. That is the.
Do we like
of the many different
how things are currently going in the government?
Well, us personally.
Yeah, our character.
We've not discussed it.
Well, I say we
Presume you
discuss it
don't.
right now while we're waiting for the halfling to join us.
Okay.
Well, in my personal feeling, I think that
I mean, are we potentially trying to stop something that could be beneficial for everyone?
We don't know what we're trying to stop yet, but I'll tell you one thing. I've served under these noble pricks for many years, and although they offer a modicum of ability, it's mainly to benefit themselves. They do nothing for us.
So
servitude.
Those who are really in charge, they're the vampires, right?
The noblemen?
No, like the.
Are you asking me in a out of game
out of character? Just like
so
the government rule is based if it was like the Queen of England, that's the vampire guy, and then all the nobles and everything, they're not necessarily vampires, but
so
they work for that regime.
So right, and you're after vampires, and you know this is like a vampire. Yeah, there are vampires who are part of the political structure here. You don't know all of them. You're chasing them down. Right? You hate them. So
then yes, the government has to fall.
Yeah. So you know that there are. So you, in your point of view, there are vampires that are in political. So yeah, it's like remember, like this whole thing is kind of a oligarchical republic. Like it's a republic. There's like voting bodies, but all the voting bodies are controlled by the nobility, right? All the aristocrats. So it's the hyper wealthy control everything, and there's no way you have any political power.
I'm assuming me and Braegar don't know about. Well, I'm assuming I don't know.
I have no idea about vampires and whatnot.
No. This is something that's specific to East.
Yeah. So I just say that I am in agreement. The current regime should fall. And I don't offer any other forthright information immediately. I simply look to Elvis and I give him that look, like, hey, we talked about this, and when my mission is done, like, your mission begins.
Yeah.
Well, in my opinion, they've got to go. The only problem I have is if we get rid of them, what comes next? We got to be prepared. If we're going to go down that road and help out in any way, not saying we are, but if we end up doing so, then we're also responsible for what comes next.
Would you say that we and the person printing these flyers maybe kind of want similar things?
Could be possible, but at the moment we can't let him know that, I don't think, because if he goes back and tells someone that we're actually, sympathisers, and that could get round. But we still need to... We did tell him what we need to know remains the same. Who is behind this? And then we can make our move depending on... Because this guy's not going to know anything about the organisation behind any of this. He might give us a contact, but that contact would be our first point of call in terms of deciding one way or the other whether these people are worthy of our support.
How do we approach this gentleman? Do we approach it in a sympathetic sense? Or do we come in like, hey, you gotta stop, this shit's gotta go, and we torch the place?
Oh, I don't think we need to stop him. But I think there are two ways we could go at it in the sympathetic. One, we pretend we don't really care about the, pamphlets, but we are very upset that he's having to pay protection money. And is there anything else we can do, and then we can get a favour in return? Or two, you could go down the route of saying, hey, we want to get involved.
We're not here to stop the pamphlets from being printed. We just need information from the guy who's printing them. Right? Am I correct?
As far as our mission was, it was, to find out who... I presume they would want us to stop them as well, but they haven't explicitly told us that. So it's up to interpretation on our behalf. Or we could just say, tell us who it is, or I'll make you into pie and then eat you. So those are the options.
Okay. Is the halfling back, guy?
Let's assume I am. I don't know. Kyle said he was be right back, so let's assume.
Oh, look! It's Herbie! I found him! Herbie, we were just discussing stuff. Come and join us.
Tell me, I hear about the pamphlets?
Your name should be Herbie Cokeleaf.
Shut up.
Herbie Cokeleaf,
I'm not enjoying the precious wipe out. I mean,
enjoy yourself.
We were just discussing
as a native to the slums, I say down to the government. They've never cared about anything but themselves and how to get more.
Yeah. But remember, we can use the government. They've still got to pay us.
Yeah, you guys are essentially working for, the noble class.
I'm all for getting rid of them. I just think we could be careful about it. We've got to take their money whilst we can, use the connections that we make within the government to bring it down. that we go with this printer man, know who we're working for at all. So if he needs a reason, we can say we don't like the gang who's paying protection money and we want to make sure that his information is dispersed without hindrance, for example.
Agreed. That sounds like a fine plan. And it involves taking down the government, so,
In the long term, but we should keep that to ourselves. But for the moment, we just need the information. Then we can decide what we do with it.
Yes.
By the way, that door's locked, Herbie.
Which door is locked?
The
door
door
to the print shop.
And it's all shuttered as well. It looks like it's closed down.
That's exactly what they want you to think.
Conspiracies everywhere.
I mean, if I were running an illegal print shop, I'd make it look closed down too.
How big is the building, Ty?
It's not big at all. It's a simple. This looks like a simple, partially wood building, maybe 2 stories. It's quite narrow.
2 stories. Okay. So, would we want to maybe enter from above?
That might draw a bit more attention from all the people driving down the alley. And provide cover to Herbie whilst he's doing his thing. Maybe we can just walk.
Breaking into the front door might be a bad idea.
I don't think there's anyone in there.
The street's full of people. Just want to make sure. I mean, it's not like super busy, but there's local residents. All do what you want.
So if you and me,
and technically,
give him a shield. If you and me shield,
sorry, go ahead.
Well, if you and me shield him, and then Eve makes a distraction, we can be in no problem at all. That's our main problem. Getting in there and dealing with whatever we find in there is easy. What we need to do is get in without drawing attention.
Herbie, as you would have been walking, or you mentioned, you saw thieves like this. Look, there's this. This place is full of all this place. We know how this works. It's full of street gangs. These street gangs might work on a different umbrella. Over the major corporation, but they all, run their own separate, locales. Yeah. So you're in an area that's not where you're from. So there's a street, you know how this rolls. If anybody from the, this particular street gang, when this 3-block area gets alerted, they're gonna come out.
So we got to be pretty sneaky then.
Yeah. So we can't climb up. I'm assuming this is terraced, by the way. So there's no alleyway or anything like that. It is just part of terraced, sort of decay in a bad part of town. Sort of
bingo.
Is there an alleyway behind the buildings?
No,
maybe?
You guys are in you're in the alleyway from another alleyway. This little shithole is the end of the road.
Okay.
You can keep on. I should say you can probably keep on walking to some other cross alleyway, but this is a little small.
Yeah, I think what we need to do is shield Herbie. Whilst Eve maybe chats up someone down the road. She's good at that, as you may have noticed.
Yeah, we could do that, or maybe multiple distractions might be a good idea.
Sure, but we just need to shield Herbie on both sides, is what I'm thinking.
Well, just 2 big, massive men standing in front of Herbie while he's crouched in front of the door.
That looks pretty suspicious.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I thought we needed Eve to draw attention away from us.
Well, Eve can only affect with her friend/charm ability, only one person.
But
she can make a shout and talk to people and maybe, have a little...
I could go over and just take off my shirt and walk down the street.
Yeah, oops, my breast is exposed.
Although that will make it more difficult for her to join us. But yeah, that's possible.
Braegar would be like, we were,
Yeah,
And let me remind you, I'm a cleric.
May not be.
Stop looking at titties, old man.
Hey, get your eyes off my holy symbol.
I grab Herbie's head and turn his head towards the breasts as he's looking at the lock.
Yeah, I mean, so
That would distract everyone.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you've got plenty of options.
That's one option. If Eve can make a distraction that draws his attention away from us whilst we're apparently talking to each other, but actually hiding. Or, I don't know, have we got a tiny bit of gunpowder spare? We could put a tiny bit in, like a small tinder box or something, and throw that at an appropriate, at a location that we want people to look at. Or as I say, if Eve just goes and has an argument with someone down the street, whilst we talk to each other effectively outside this door, with Herbie in the middle.
Maybe someone could come with me. And we could just make a big scene. Like you bastard! Who was that girl?
Ow! What do you mean that? But it was your sister!
Oh! How could you?
I don't know. She was just too alluring. I couldn't take my eyes off her, and I think she slipped something in my drink as well, if I'm being honest.
I'm gonna start working on the lock while they're doing this.
I'll kill her! I'll kill her!
No, you mustn't. Don't go to jail for that, trollop. I love you, Delilah.
You're next.
Please. My heart can only take so much rejection.
Okay.
Ow!
Okay, you can, both of you are gonna have some...
We're gonna have to roll what?
A performance check.
Performance.
Elvis is not very good at his performance.
He was like, "Oh no,
Not very
honey, why?"
And Eve, go ahead and roll a performance. It's a better performance check.
I sold it.
Yeah, you sell it better, yeah, for certain. So, some eyes turn as you slap Elvis across the face.
And I start crying.
Oh, please don't cry. I'll do anything. Anything.
So, and some people start yelling from and screaming profanity. Some drunk comes over and starts pointing his finger in your chest, Elvis. He's like, "You should leave this woman alone. I don't know what you're doing. Yeah, you're a terrible man. Fight me."
Where is the guy with his finger in my chest? Like, have I got the guys picking the lock behind me?
I mean, where were you guys doing this? Were you
like a few meters away, I suppose, sort of
like
10 feet
like
away?
in the middle of the street.
Yeah, so you guys started walking away and screaming and yelling at each
other. Okay.
And,
also, listen, mate, you're drunk, and you're. This is none of your business.
And so suddenly you feel like you get hit by a disgusting rotten tomato or some kind of rotten fruit. It hits you on the side of the head. You can feel it like it's.
I look to where it's come
stench.
I'm like covering my face and I'm like pretending to cry, but like really it's a stinker.
You oaf you! You're terrible! Don't forget him! And then you hear some screeching and.
Hey, you bitch! I hate vegetables.
And then suddenly it's like somebody's bed, not bedpan, but essentially It plops by you. Let's see, do they hit you? Yeah. Nope. It just plops close to your feet and splashes your piss and shit on you.
Gross.
I lean into Eve and say, I think I better get out of here. I'm going to run around the block.
Yeah, you better leave.
All right, if that's what you
chamber
want.
pot. Thank you. Yeah, chamber. I couldn't think. Yeah. So chamber pot. The chamber pot fillings start flying around.
Shit! Right, if that's what you want, I'll leave you. And I go round and I walk to the end of the street, walk round, come up here, come down, and come down again.
All right.
Do you see what I did in the meantime?
I know. Yeah, you are successful at opening that lock.
I'm just pretending. It's a game. I'm not really crying.
Elvis, roll a dexterity check to not get hit by further chamber pot refuse.
Straight dex or it doesn't make.
Yeah, like athletics. Like it could be acrobatics.
Well, it would be 16 plus 3 for athletics, or
actually, what would be acrobatics?
Straight 16 for straight dex.
What do you have?
Acrobatics is just 16 straight.
Okay, then it's fine. It's fine. You are able to. The chamber pots can't fly. The arrows, it's quite narrow, but the piss and shit starts falling to you left and right. It gets some splash on you, but none of it hits you straight in the face or on the head. And you do hear lots of jeerings from the background.
If you were a monk, you could have caught that and threw it right back at him.
Yeah, because that would be a great thing to do. Catch a piece of shit. Aha! Who's laughing now? Oh, billion.
And to keep the attention on me, I just sit down, if there's a bench or any kind of something that I can sit on, I'll just sit over there and I'll still cry, and I'm like, I don't know what you can do, my sister.
Yeah, so an old woman, an older eventually comes by. She's probably not that old. I mean, it's just like a grizzled 30-something. She looks horrendous and filthy, but she comes and pats you. Oh dear, men don't deserve women like us. Don't worry, you'll find someone better. Oh yes, let me tell you about my husband. You lying, stupid piece of garbage! And she goes back at the house. Her breath smells of brandy and halitosis, as her mouth is not exactly fresh looking nor completely full of teeth. As she sits down and regales you of tales of her husband's use for the next couple of minutes. And every once in a while she high-pitched screech as she says, "And then that piece of garbage horseshit hit me!" And then continues. So while that rather successful thing has happened, Herbie, you've opened. And how are you guys going to proceed with that? In a couple of minutes while this occurs.
Okay.
What are you going to do?
Can I open the door? Fully open the door?
You can open the door fully. Hopefully no one will notice. That's whatever you want to do. And what's your game plan? Tell me, what are you going to do? What's your goal?
Right. I didn't actually mean open it all the way. I meant can I open the door without it being blocked by anything or something like that?
At the moment,
yeah.
At the moment,
I want to make a gap that's big enough for me to walk through, and to let Braegar's owl, come in? If he still uses that, I don't know if he still uses
I don't have it yet.
Oh, okay, sorry, my bad. So for me to go in and then stealthily check the room, peek in the room to see if there's anybody there or anything else that I should need to watch.
Okay, so what you hear, you come into the room, and this place is stacked, so what you open, and you immediately have this strange smell, some kind of odd chemical smell. And you can hear some kind of machinery, some kind of mechanism functioning, right? Someone taking deep somewhere further beyond this front room. This front room is dark because all the shutters are closed, and there's very little light getting in here. It doesn't help that the second story of the building, it kind of has an overhang, right? So, the alley's a bit dark, grimy all in of itself. And it is stacked here with boxes, wooden crates and reams of sort of paper. They're laying on tables. This is a very narrow space. I'd say it's probably, 2.5 meters wide, with in between the tables on the walls. It's not really a lot of room for you to get through. That's what you immediately see. It's dark. And beyond is another dark room. There might be some candle, and you feel that the noise is coming from that direction.
Okay, can you describe the noise for me, please?
It's some kind of mechanical sound with some sort of metallic and some kind of maybe gears grinding and stomps like off every couple of seconds.
All right. I'm gonna pull in Braegar behind me. If he was behind me, actually, I don't know if he.
Yeah, I'll come in with you. Kai, do I need to make a stealth check to enter the?
I think you should. Okay. I think you both should make stealth checks technically. So. Okay, good. And Herbie Cokeleaf. Okay. Those are very good stealth checks. Nothing to do. You guys are fantastically stealthy. And it doesn't take much. You guys slow close.
Right, I'm going to close the door behind me. Yeah. I'm going to close the door behind me.
You notice that that behind the door, you can see. Actually, you can see that the door. It's kind of like little. I don't even know what you call those. Like that little sliding, kind of behind the out. Right, it's closed. The door has one of those things,
a hasp.
And you can, those hasps that you can kind of slide open, look out, and close again.
Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's not a hasp.
It's not a peephole, but it's kind of like a little sliding door window, like little small viewing window. And you can also notice that the door is made now. It did have a heck of a lock on it. To be honest with you, it's a pretty nice new lock. To be honest with you, considering the neighborhood here, you notice that, Herbie, and that there's definitely a stout iron bar that can be used to lock to close the door and prevent entry as needed.
Oh.
Yeah,
that wasn't up.
That wasn't up. Nope, it wasn't up. But the lock was a really difficult lock. So you actually wrote a very nice roll there because it was not an easy lock to open, to be quite frankly. Okay. And so you just kind of hear every like something heavy is slammed down in a table. Okay.
All right, stay close to me, old fool. And I'm gonna.
You're gonna cough?
I'm gonna. Fuck you. I'm gonna stealthily walk around the room and check to see what's happening in the other room where the noise is coming from.
Sure.
Is it dark in here, Kai?
It's dark in here.
Can Herbie even see?
Very hard. There's a little bit of beams of light coming through the closed shutters, but very little. It's quite hard to see here. So
my stealth check would be made at disadvantage right now.
At this, yes. I mean, that was your stealth check to just come in.
Yeah,
essentially. Still at 20. It's still a good stealth check, right? So I'm gonna just continue. You can hold the tables, right? Because there's like I said, there's tables and stuff on the sides. You can be careful not to knock anything over. Yeah. The thing is that it's quite messy here, right? There's like I said, there seems to be stacks of documents tied with twine, right? Like broadleafs and maybe pamphlets, all loaded up on these tables and on the floors. So carefully kind of maneuver your way around this mess. This thing's a big mess.
Sorry, do I see any unlit candles?
Let's see. If there's any on the side, we'll say. 50% chance. Yes, you see some unlit candles on a holder, two of them lying in the middle of some of this messy stuff. Yes.
I will light them with prestidigitation for Herbie.
Okay. Fine. And so prestidigitation, candles light, and then you it's clear, right? So this room is like a bit it's kind of a little bit dusty. It's very messy. Again, you can see that the tables are covered with pamphlets. You recognize the pamphlets immediately. It's not easy. It's the same kind of pamphlets that you saw. They've been given to you by the Academy of Science about the Lost King. You can see the silly symbol of the Lord Governor riding a giant penis on some of them, and again beyond, and again it's like 2 meters in front of you. There's like a darkened, open, it's a slightly open door. It's dark. You can see a little bit of light from beyond it, and that's where the noise is coming from. So as you get towards that door, and you can look through it and hear another room, and you can just see that there is a older, mid, probably in his 50s, an older man who's taking some paper and putting it into some machine, and then pulling a lever.
Okay.
And intelligence check. I don't know if any of you would know this. Out of game. This is a printing press.
Uh-huh.
But
What, the Gutenberg?
yeah, I don't think. Yeah, it's a primitive printing press, but it's a hand printing press. Braegar. Yeah, Braegar. You probably you realize.
This is a machine to
Yeah,
make
this is it.
copies of paper.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Very good observation, Braegar.
What are you going to do?
There's a person manning the machine?
There's a person manning the machine, yeah. He's medium height. He's a hunched over. He's got, graying brown hair. He's got a bushy mustache. He's wearing some pince nez, little glasses. He's kind of squinting. It's got a couple of candles here.
Does he have any weaponry?
Lighting the area. Oh no, he's dressed in a cloth, apron, and portly. He's just, you can just see him. He's got a bent on one side. You can see he kind of favors one side, the side that he pulls. Gets another piece of paper.
How many candles does he have in his room?
Oh, he's got. From what you can see, there's about four or 5 candles.
Are they positioned in different parts in the room?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna snuff out one candle in the far end.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to remain hidden, as to not scare the man off, and just let Braegar do his creepy little thing that he does.
Okay. Okay. So the farthest one you're gonna snuff.
Yeah, prestidigitated.
Okay. Who could you roll me, please? And your
Oh, my magic thing. That's right.
Yeah. We'll presume the first one was no problem. Okay, no problem, no issues, nothing happens. It's all successful. Okay. All right. So, poof, you cast it. One of them. He's kind of busy. You see him turns his head.
Let's snuff out another one.
And he's pulling on. He's in the middle of pulling on the lever. He pulls it down. And he's like, Let's see. Let's see if he'll even notices something. Okay. So you pull another one out. Yeah, no problem. He's like, oh. And he starts walking towards the one in the back. Whoa.
I put out the one that he walked away from.
Yeah, okay.
And the last one. So he should be in total darkness.
Yeah, so in a couple of seconds, he's like, you can see him in the back one, trying to get a flinted steel going. He probably would have grabbed one of the candles and towards the back. So the last one, he's like, And then the last one is. What is happening? And you hear him stumble. You hear him like, oh! Some sheets of paper fall over.
Just giggling under his breath.
Yeah. Okay.
Herbie, if you could see this, this is awesome.
Let's do a. He's gonna do 20. Yeah, no, the guy definitely trips him. You can hear him like, oh! And he definitely, you can hear a heavy thud.
And as I hear him fall, I'm gonna open the door. Use that momentum to make some noise, opening the door.
Okay. Who's there? What do you want? I have a musket.
I'm gonna grab Herbie by the shoulder and stealthily sneak us into the room without him seeing us.
And the man's definitely like bumbling about, you know, and you can hear him falling, and he's trying to get up. Oh, my hip! I have a musket. I'm armed. Where is it? Oh no, where? I can't find it. Oh, get back!
Do I see his musket?
Yeah, it's probably. Let's see. Yeah, there's probably do a quick search perception check. Do a quick one. Not really. This place is really mad. It's full of papers and stuff like that. But you just, you'll hear him screaming it out. He's trying to get up, flipping.
Okay.
He's holding his hip, and he's and like he throws some papers out, and like he kicks a chair. He's like, well, wherever you are, I'm dangerous. I was trained to be a soldier.
So now that me and Herbie are in the room, I'm gonna use prestidigitation to light one of the candles.
Okay. Near you or near him?
Near one of us.
Okay. And okay. So one of the candles lights up, and
Herbie, grab him.
And
all right.
He's stumbling back.
My dagger drawn, I'm gonna come running towards him and say, "You better make this quick, old man," and I'm gonna try and grapple him.
Okay. You're not gonna try and kill him. Well, you're not stabbing him.
No,
okay.
no.
I'm not stabbing him, just trying to grapple him.
All right. So you tell me how you do. Like, yeah. All right, Herbie. Tell me the cool way in which you grapple this older, middle-aged, out-of-shape man. Because he's clearly, taller than you. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I'm gonna pretend to stab him first. But then him backing off, I assume he stumbles and loses balance, so I'm gonna kick his feet out from under him, and then
He
just
should be on the floor already, right?
Or was he already on the floor?
He was gonna have getting up, trying to get up.
Oh, in that case, I'm just gonna jump on him. I'm just gonna jump.
I mean,
live, like elbow first, So I knock his ass to the floor.
He was prone and getting up, so yeah, he's off balance, like the whole thing. Like he's like he's halfway up when when the light comes on. So okay.
And then I'm gonna pin him to the floor, with my knees, while pointing my dagger at his face. You better answer our questions, or this dagger is gonna go into your eyes.
Okay.
Braegar,
Braegar, are you gonna do anything?
I'm going to I'm going to search for his musket, Kai.
Okay. Okay.
Investigation.
Yeah, investigation check. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So on the other, on the other side of printing press, on top of some sheets of paper, there is not a musket, but there's a flintlock pistol.
Okay.
Right.
All right. I put that into my belt, and then I say, hold him here for a second. Let me go grab the others.
You're right. Okay. Right. So he's like, I will tell you nothing. Nothing.
Are you sure? You want to know how I got these scars?
Oh. Just, give me a second.
Because he's the Joker.
Just give me. I'll be right back again, guys.
Smiling manically at him.
be right back. Just 30 seconds.
Okay.
All right, so I guess I'm going to go to the front door. Are you guys outside? In
It
the
depends on
neighborhood?
whether I've got. I mean, I know Shay will.
Yeah,
I
I
did that
actually
with the block, so I don't know.
was across the street, and it took 20 minutes for this lady to tell me stories about her husband. So after she stops talking, I'm going to say, I really just need to be alone. And I'm going to try to sneak off into the alley.
Yeah, so I would have done a lap of the block if it took her 20 minutes. I presume it would only take me 20 round. I would have had a look down there, not without going into the alley, waited until I saw the door open, and then made a beeline for the house.
So Eve walked into the alley, and Elvis is coming to the house.
I got the chamber pot thrown at me. At that point, I left like south to get out the alley. Then 20 minutes worth of Eve getting talked at. Then I was walking around here and came back. I would have stopped at the top of the alley until I saw the door to the print press open with you behind it. And when I saw that, I would have moved straight to the print shop.
All right. Would you have just gone into the shop, or how would you?
No, yeah, try not to draw any attention, just stealth.
Okay.
Basically, with my head pulled up and
Well,
hood pulled up, and walked in the door when I saw Braegar open it.
okay. Roll your stealth. Make sure no one notices you. Okay. For a big man, you do a good job of waiting. So when the street's a bit empty or people significant, still distracted enough, and you hustle your way over and get inside the door. Luckily, it's a little bit dark on the first, even on ground level. Like I said, these overhanging second stories, so you can kind of move in the shadows.
I open up the sliding view window of the door, see Elvis coming, lock the door, and say, "Do the truffle shuffle."
I don't know what that is, so
you've never seen Goonies?
God.
probably like years ago when I was a kid.
I'm just kidding. That
I don't want to.
Do it.
I start shuffling whilst saying truffle. Stealthily.
Yeah. Okay. So you can't do that. Let it. Eve, how are you? I miss it. Extricate yourself from the blabbering old woman.
I'm gonna wait the 20 minutes for her to stop blabbering, and then I'm just gonna say, "Excuse me, I just really need to be alone." And then I'm gonna walk off, down into the alley, and maybe walk around a little bit until.
Eventually, the husband comes out, and after her verbal abuse, and he's clearly drunk. He's it's kind of he's got a limp on his leg, and he's kind of pop-eyed, and he's scraggly, dirty, filthy. And they start yelling at each other, and she slaps him, and she slaps him, and they start fighting.
Then they start making out because they're French.
So that becomes a totally other scene, and there's a lot, and then yelling and screaming happens. But luckily, tracks, so you can get yourself out and around.
Oh shit!
Not so stealthy. So, Eve. Yes, not so stealthy.
She's still crying. She thinks she's stealthy.
And everyone's like.
Herbie's gonna yell from inside the house, "Who's making that fucking noise? Get in here!"
Yeah, you definitely stumble on something, and you fall.
I'm working with.
Somebody yells at you. You can see the woman who's washing from the. She looks at you. There's a woman on the second story who's still like slapping the some wet clothing, and she looks at you. Get out of here! So yeah, you don't do a very good job of getting in the building quietly. So somebody notices. Sorry.
Oh well, no,
that your stealth just getting out of.
I was like trying to stealth away from the people fighting and like, try to sneak off into the alley. I wasn't actually trying to go into the building. I was just kind of
go to a cross alley.
Around the alleyways. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And she's like, well, like the woman sees you leaving. Do you see this? Ah, you pig! You come back and we'll continue talking. So everyone kind of notices you leave. So, gentlemen, all right. So I guess this is going to come in later. This happens. Elvis has come in. Herbie, you're still got your knife on a guy's face.
Oh yes, definitely.
Do
I hear him say, "Do you want to see how I got this?"
No, that's a couple seconds now. Let's do that. You come in and the man's probably peed himself a little bit, so there's definitely a little smell of urine in the. And he's shaking and he's sweating a lot, and his left eye's like opening and closing. You can see it's like. And he's like blinking too much.
Well, I'll walk up to Braegar and say, I presume this is Gerard Hoos.
I don't know. We haven't questioned him yet.
Oh, sorry. Carry on.
No, you go ahead. This is your alley, right? Your ex-police. I mean, out of character.
Out of character.
Yeah.
Okay.
This would be your thing, interrogating people, right?
All right. Well, I'll walk in and say anyone who wants to add anything, obviously, let me know. And crouch down beside the man and say, Monsieur Hoos, I presume.
Yes.
Well,
who are you?
Well, I'm getting to that, sir. And if I were you, calm down. That friend with the knife is a little bit jumpy, and I'm going to be honest, he's got a problem with drugs that he's struggling to control, so, he can get a bit overconfident. Anyway, we're here to ask you some questions. First of all, your lovely pamphlets. Whilst I'm not unsympathetic to some of the things it says there, first of all, I'd like to say far too many spelling mistakes, and your grammar leaves a lot to be desired. However, I would also like to know who's running the show there? Who's giving you the information? Who's behind the what is it? The organisation of a group such as this?
Well, if you are working for this corrupt government, I would never tell you.
I grab him by the hair, jerk his head back, and say, I'd never work for this fucking shower of shit. And if you ever try and tell me that I am, then I'll snap your neck, answers or not. Do you understand me?
Yes. Well,
okay, I'll let him go and say my interest in this, as the interests of my colleagues are, is in whether or not we agree with what's going on. And if we do, we might be able to help not only the people behind this, and we do have some interesting skills, and I nod my head at Braegar, who's obviously a little bit interesting looking, which might be available to them. And I also understand on a personal level you may have a little bit of trouble with paying protection money. We might be able to make sure that you don't have to do that anymore. But this is if we decide to help you. So, tell us, what's the goals of your Who are the people behind this? First of all,
Well,
don't need names at first, but what are they trying to achieve? What's the size of their organisation? Are they well funded?
They pay me much money. I suppose so. I would suppose it is the radical illuminists from the Academy of Sciences themselves, maybe, who are paying me. Some rich nobles who are behind this. I do not know who pays me, but it is strange. I do not know what they would be, but they have radical ideas. Some of them.
So you're telling me that these nobles are paying you money? These guys that they are integral to. Would that be wise on their behalf?
Well, I do not know. I get paid enormously.
So what makes you think it's the academy then?
Can I insight check this guy, Kai?
Can you what?
Insight check him?
Yeah, you can insight check him, yes.
Herbie is pushing his knife closer. You better return the truth, you crazy old bastard.
He's quite afraid. And as far as you can tell, Braegar, he seems to be just purely from his you can hear the quavering in his voice and his fear.
I nod at Herbie and give him like a it seems to be on the level type of nod,
Well, this is what I have heard. There are people talking that it is the academy. I do not know. I do know that it is something that will help to bring down this corrupted, putrid government. And he starts getting like all angsty, yelling, these thieves who call themselves nobles. If other nobles hate them, so be it.
Herbie starts yelling to like, yes, preach it!
Now, what strikes me as odd is that you've heard that the nobles are the ones paying you to produce these leaflets, and you still think that they're interested in bringing down the nobility. How does that cognitive dissonance work with you?
I do not know what cognitive dissonance is.
Oh, how do you make those two thoughts sit in the same place in your brain without causing discomfort?
Well, maybe there are some the others, and they are willing to undo this hateful idiots, Lord Governor and his council of notabilians. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Not if the enemy of your enemy is fucking moron. I'm not sure I want to help someone like you.
But I have been printing for 20 years in the underground. For 20 years I have been against this government and these people and these nobles.
So why take money from the noble?
If they are stupid, it helps to undermine the whole system. Soon enough, the people will see with their own eyes this corruption, and look what they have done. Look, do you not remember the day of the what they have done? The revolution is growing, my friend. The revolution. No, soon we are not going to be scared. We will rise.
Okay, I tell him to shut up, and then I walk over to Eve and Braegar, and I can't really get Herbie involved because he's got the guy grappled. But I'll just say, if this guy sounds like he just replaced one lot of assholes with another, he doesn't understand. Even if you do overthrow this government, you're just going to get another lot of even more ruthless bastards.
Well, it seems like he's trying to pin who's paying him on the people who we are working for as well.
Yeah. Which, I mean, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me if they were this. You mentioned an Illuminati type thing within that.
Yeah, it could be a faction within their faction.
My question is, first of all, before a question, one, we still need to find out who his contact. We must have one contact at least within.
Or how does he get paid? Is there a pickup spot or something?
He says yeah, exactly. The question after that is, if it is nobles fighting other nobles for position, we don't want to support that, do we?
I don't.
I mean, it's not. It doesn't seem like it's some little from the bottom up. This sounds like a political conspiracy, effectively, for one lot of power-hungry arseholes to supplant another lot of power-hungry arseholes.
Yeah, I don't think Eve's there yet. She would walk around and wait until she was sure nobody was looking at her before she came in.
Oh, sorry, I thought you'd come.
No, that's okay. So, no, while this is happening, go ahead and do a stealth check to try and get to the door. And if you're going to do it quietly with no one looking, or if you're hoping people are still distracted by the yelling of the couple who's still on the street, who are maybe half looking up and half screaming at each other, and children crying, all sorts of stuff happening.
Okay, come on, be stealthy. You can do it. No, it's not really your strong suit.
Well, you're not stealthy.
It's okay. You get to the door and you open it and you close it. You think no one saw you.
I'm going to lock it behind me.
Mm-hmm. You don't have a key. How are you going to lock it behind you?
That, like, maybe it was like a deadbolt. Like, you know, you can close the door and then lock it from the inside.
I don't think that's how these things work. But you do notice there's a stout iron bar that you can place behind the door.
Perfect.
Yes. Guys, you hear the door open, and in a couple of seconds, as you are arguing, in the middle of you yelling about one douchebag nobles versus another. Continue.
Well, not yelling. I'm trying to do it so that he can't hear me. But yeah.
Okay, maybe not yelling. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's right.
So,
but,
so you're right. I'm the one. Eve, you notice both Braegar and Elvis kind of huddling closer to the door, where, you know, as you're coming into this other room, you can see them, their silhouette in the, and they're whispering harshly to each other.
Okay, I walk over and be like, "Hey, what are we talking about?"
Well, the printer guy says that he thinks he's being paid by some sort of group within the Academy of Sciences. He still thinks it's about revolution, about, you know, getting this new prince in and throwing out the old order. Whereas I happen to think, and I think Braegar may agree with me, I don't know yet, because we're just talking about it, that effectively what we'd be doing there is replacing one set of our slightly more devious set of arseholes. So that was what I was discussing. Yeah.
First of all, just a thought, but the people who murdered our friend in the hotel over there said that they were from the Church of Ezra. Could it not be the same people claiming to be from the Academy of Science?
Well, I was going to get to the red-banded stuff with the questions. My question would be for us before we go any further.
The guy doesn't actually know.
I don't think we should commit.
These are his guesses. He thinks it might be the sciences that's paying him. So we got to figure out who's paying him.
I got 3 questions before we get to like what our decision is. So do they know? Does he know about the red-banded people? What's his relationship with the Corsair gang? And there was something else. But what I want to know before we go, what do we do with this guy if we think he's more of a danger than he is a harmless old man? Because if he's going to start empowering one set of nobles over another and causing instability with absolutely no benefit to anyone, I don't know what to do. That's what I'm asking.
Well, as far as what to do with him, I don't think that we should do anything to him, because if he just up and disappears, he's going to have a lot of people looking for him.
Well, that would be interesting, because we could then see who those people are. But okay. So what would you do with him then?
Guy, what is this guy doing while I'm sitting on him and they are just arguing off in some dark corner of me?
Well, yeah, it's like a couple of minutes. I mean, you got the blade in his face. He's just kind of smiling at it. And maybe he's just talking to us like, look, my friend. If who do you work for? You are obviously. I do not think government. This piece of shit government. So we are together. Yes, are we not? You do not look like you benefit from the government. Neither do I. I have done nothing wrong. I simply want to bring it down. Burn them all down. We did it once hundreds of years ago. We took them all out.
I'm not the one being paid, or you're not the one paying me to hold you down. So we'll bring these bozos down, and I'll be in charge. Herbie Teeny will be the best there ever was. I'll be in charge.
Tell everyone your name.
Real name, Herbie.
Don't tell him your name, Pike.
I mean Herbie Cokeleaf. I mean, fuck!
I mean, Toby Cokeleaf.
Kobe Cokeleaf.
Bash him on the head and knock him out. We gotta talk about this.
No, wait, because there's some questions I need to ask him first. Don't bash him on the head.
Okay, just wait.
We need to ask him. Alright, well, we can decide all that afterwards. I'll ask those.
Look, we are not enemies. If we are against the government, yes, then we are together. If you are for the government, then you are my enemy.
If this guy's happening to pay Herbie before we go in there and talk with him, if this guy's paying someone for protection, I say if we let him continue doing his thing, we outsource that to Herbie.
Yeah, we can. That's what I was going to ask him about his connection to the gang, effectively, the Corsair gang.
Well, but then I think the other gang's going to be wondering like who he's paying for protection, and then he would need protection from them as well.
Yeah, that's why we need to know what the connection first, whether it is simply a business transaction, books, effectively. So, well, let's start there. I'll turn round and kneel down to him and say, Mr. Hoos, as I said earlier, I understand you're in the unfortunate position of having to pay protection money to a Corsair gang.
Yeah.
Now, is this by choice, or are they imposing themselves?
Yeah. he kind of laughs. Oh, yeah. There is not much choice in these things, my big friend.
Well, if they're helping you with what you're doing, or you're doing what you're doing on their own,
no.
Different.
They do not pay me. I pay them. This is to not burn down my shop or kill me. You know how these things go.
Okay. Yes, yeah, very good. Now, who comes around and collects the money, and when do they?
Yeah, I do not know.
You don't know.
It is like this. I take these pamphlets, and I make sure that they are distributed. There is someone who comes to pick some of them up. I know that I.
Whoa! You're getting ahead of yourself. I'm asking you about the protection money.
Yes. What about my friend?
Who do you pay it to? And when do you collect it? When do they collect it?
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
That's right. Yes. I wasn't angry with you, was I?
Yeah. So
God damn it!
What's Tea Leaf doing over there?
A line or two.
You got a splinter?
Fuck you.
It is a Benoit. Benoit comes here with his people. He will let be, but normally he is by here at least by tomorrow to collect.
Once a week on a specific day.
Yes, of course. But they are always here. They control this area, you know.
Understood, and it's Benoit. Great. Next question. Are you familiar with another organisation around this city? One that wears red sashes?
No.
Don't even think about lying, old man.
He's like, I don't know. The Benoit and his group, they wear blue handkerchiefs. You know who they are?
Right, but you don't know anything about a red... Yeah.
I'm going to.
I don't know anything about the Bloods.
I checked the man.
But the symbol of red is a revolutionary symbol. There are some groups who would be for such a thing. I know that the red flag of the People's Tribune. Oh.
Is that the most obvious one to your mind?
Well, I am of the People's Tribune in the end, and I know that we will vanquish even whoever it was. We will who bring peace to the city in time.
So
yes.
You're a member of the People's Tribune. That's interesting. What's their structure like? Who's the head of their organisation? How many people are there, and how fun?
His eyes start to water. There are many all around.
So you don't know any specifics, I'm guessing.
Have been put in jail. I know that they have been sent now after the Great Purge, after the day of the disappearance. So we will return. We will come back.
So there are no active members of the People's Tribune in the city anymore.
Well, if you want to join them, I am sure that there will be a meeting soon. But only if I can trust you, if you are against us, unless you are part of another gang.
The reason that my colleagues and I were discussing things...
You are not members of the Tribune of the...
Of the what?
Tribune of the People.
What? Is that different to the People's Tribune?
Of course it is.
Oh, this is getting very Monty Python. Okay. So, what are the Tribune of the People then?
And he spouts on for about 30 seconds. Do not believe in a full communist, fully democratic regime.
I see what you mean. You mean the TOP? No, we don't like them. Yeah. Oh God, no. Oof. Awful. Anyway, the reason we were having a chat is we were thinking about maybe joining you. My friend said no. I said yes, and then the lady came in and voted with me. So we are going to investigate how we might be able to join you. So I will need to know where you will meet next.
Yes, of course. Well, if you swear fealty and that you are against this corrupt government, then I will tell you that in the Hen's Egg we will have a meeting, but 5 nights from now.
Okay. Now, what is the stated purpose of the the Tribune? Sorry, the People's Tribune, in relation to this prince that they keep talking about, the king. Now, I presume that's not something you've ever placing a noble at the head of a society full of nobles. So why are you suddenly working with this organisation?
Well, it is. I do not know who has given me information. I just know that its purpose is to cause strife, to cause trouble, and the People's Tribune will take advantage of this. Yes, when the people rise.
That's interesting. Now we're getting some clarity. You mentioned earlier that in the particular cabal, if you like, called the Illuminated something or other. What was that?
Oh yes, you do not know Illuminati. They are supposedly a group who wishes to push forward to create a perfect society. Yes, they are everywhere. One must never know who part of the Illuminati this Illuminati is. But
what do they mean by perfect society?
Well, they will do away with these nobility, and they will bring knowledge and wealth to everyone. Yes.
And you think they're based within a noble building?
Yeah,
or is it that they're spread out throughout the various...
They are said to be in places of power. Only the nobility have places of power. So
it's just last thing, so I can get it straight in my head. On the one hand, you have the Tribune of the People, who are just shitheads. We don't like them. On the other hand, we have the People's Tribune, who are fucking awesome. Grassroots movement of, democracy, democratization, fairness. And in the middle, we have a secretive organisation called the Illuminati, made up of people said to be in buildings, in organisations in the heart of public life, but plotting the overthrow of a government, and we don't know exactly how they're going to bring about a perfect society, but that's their aim.
Yes.
Okay. So,
How are you receiving the information?
These pamphlets, they were essentially, I left them on step this information. But I'll tell you, someone who knows more than I will ever know about this lost king. I know. There is an old cripple and malformed dwarf. He lives on Rue Blanche. I know. I've heard enough that he has devoted his entire life to this lost king idea. He knows all things. It could be him himself who has sent me. It is only I, with careful questioning, who have heard and found him. My friends in the People's Tribune, they have heard of him, and they know. This cripple, this Hubert Husson.
And this cripple, you think he's given you the... But my friend's question was, how do you actually...
What was the last thing you said?
How do you actually get the information about what to print physically? How is it?
It was sent to me anonymously, as is my payment. I was said that it was to print. I was received a letter, and it said that if I printed this, that I would be supporting the undermining of the government. And again, of course, it is fine. And I think, even if there is truth, even if there is, let us say, some idiot family that is of this despicable royal line, then maybe all this will smoke them out. They will come out and claim themselves. And once that happens, it will cause disruption. It will cause chaos. It will be the time for us to seize power.
Go long live the People's Tribune.
What's his
Anyone
connection
got
to
any
the
other questions?
Corsairs? Did we figure that out?
Yeah, the Corsairs are he literally just pays them protection money. He pays them to a guy called Benoit, who comes around once a week and is expected to money. But they don't have any connection politically to... It's literally just a normal protection racket.
So we're going to tell this guy that he's going to start paying Herbie, and we're going to wait till tomorrow till this guy comes, and we're going to scare him off.
We know who the Corsairs are, though, don't we? They're the people that we fucked over before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Fuck those people.
You wanna...
We're the new Corsairs.
You wanna...
Herbie.
The thing is, that's going to make it pretty difficult for this guy to continue with what he's doing if there's a gang war outside his house. And it'll draw attention from the police. We need him to keep doing what he's doing because he's effectively now an informant for us.
Yeah.
Up to you.
God damn it.
If you still want to do it, but I would personally just...
we could take care of the Corsairs.
Oh, I mean, yeah, we can... I mean, there's too many of them. That's the thing. We took down one...
Well, yeah, they're big. These guys are the mob that controls this major slum area.
I suggest that we leave them alone, or, if Herbie wants to start getting into business, maybe we should start stealing some weapons and setting up a, private weapon emporium down in the...
A militia.
Well, that's where I was going eventually, but probably wasn't going to say it, in front of the man, but yeah. Yes, basically...
We are taking down the government. It is our time.
Well, first of all, we're just selling weapons. And then...
The guillotines are ready.
If we have a few weapons left over and the connections to get more, then so much the better. And who better to front it than lovely little Herbie?
So you want to become arms dealers?
I'm not bothered either way. I'm just saying, if Herbie needs an outlet, criminal, might be an idea. And that way, we've got weapons on hand if needs be when the time comes. If the time comes. But But that's for another day. For the moment, I think we've got more or less what we needed, unless anyone's got any question. You guys to decide what you want to do with this bloke.
What kind of protection is he paying for if we just pretty much walked right into this building without a fight?
Oh no, it's not actual protection. It's like, if he doesn't pay, then his house will burn down.
Yeah, it's a normal extortion shit.
Okay.
That's that's a nice store you got here. Wouldn't want anything that, right?
Yeah.
Accidents in the workplace will happen.
Yeah. Okay.
So what do you want to do about this bloke? We leave him to it. Tell him not to mention we've come by. So we might see him in the meeting.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right then.
You guys have been talking here, like all.
So we'll turn back to him and say, we have decided that you are not working against the interests of Ravenloft, and as such we will allow you to continue to work. In order to not ruffle any feathers, you will continue paying your protection money. Once the revolution comes, the people you've paid your money to will be destroyed. Have you got any questions for me?
Who do you work for?
We work for ourselves and what we consider to be right. Each of us have a grievance against this city, and we're in a position to do things more than most. Now, that was your one question. I said questions, I meant a question. Be quiet. If you mention that we've come by, my little friend here will slit you from arse to tit. Do you understand?
Yes. There is no need for violence, my friend. We are together. We are revolutionaries.
I held out my hand and said, I hope we will be friends. That depends on what we find out in the next 5 days. Goodbye. And I walk to the front of the building by the door.
Okay. The front of the door has been barred. What are you guys all going to do?
I'm waiting there, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
In case anyone wants to do anything else.
Yeah, no. I think we're done. Should we wait for the cover of darkness before we exit, or do we just exit?
What time is it? Because we must have spent like an hour in here or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You guys probably just, when you got up in the morning, you heard, late morning start, let's say 10 o'clock. There was the food, the eating. It took time to get across the city, to go buy the stuff. You came back. It was already like afternoon. It's been an hour. I mean, I think it's like late afternoonish now. All this is happening. Because, when you guys, were almost chased down by the police, it was pretty busy. So it was, sometime after lunch, stuff was happening. So, I don't know, at least 5 o'clock, I'm guessing.
Yeah, at least 4
or 5 o'clock.
Well, do you want to ask the gentleman if he's got some... I can share a bottle of wine with you all.
Yeah, okay. So if that's what you guys want, you're gonna...
Well, that's what I'm asking if they want to do, yeah?
Yeah.
Right then, Mr. Hoos, time to be hospitable. You provide the food and a posh bottle of wine.
Well,
keep the door barred.
Okay. And he's like, yes, okay. We should keep things locked. You have drawn attention to yourselves, yeah? No.
We hope not, but it's possible. Lock the door.
You see, reaches out. He's got a key hanging around on a necklace, and he goes and he locks the door. And he's like, and he comes back, and he's like, well, I have some for fellow revolutionaries. So then we will together we will meet and we will talk. Let me tell you about the People's Tribune and that which will happen when we rule. So he goes, he grabs.
I plonk out a bottle of wine on the table and tell him to uncork it, and then we pass that round whilst we're eating and listening.
And so he regales you with 20 years of so-ish. He has printed, brings out like older pamphlets printed against the nobility, and it's kind of cuffing, clearly selling himself as a great force of, revolutionary, a member of the true proletariat. And he basically explains the People's Tribune, a radical, egalitarian society. Death to all the nobles. All their riches should be taken and redistributed equally amongst everyone who lives in the city. They should all the government decisions should be made by direct democratic votes. And so he goes into essentially an extreme classical communist political structure where everyone is equal and everyone has equal opportunities and no one's above the other and so forth. So this is a
noble idea. I don't agree with killing all the nobles. They could be put to work as much as anyone else. The redistribution of wealth bit sounds logical.
Yes, the ones who are willing and we can trust. Yes, they will be farms. Let them learn to farm. Yeah. Let them feel what it is to work. They know nothing
about
work.
Creating a better society. Revenge.
Yes. But they are dangerous. Yes. Sometimes you must break some eggs to make an omelet.
Oh, some of them will die, I'm sure. One family in particular. But either way, I look forward to taking them down with you, friend.
Excellent. Yes. To the revolution! And so you spend a couple hours yammering. Tells you all the things the People's Tribune has. Actually, he does actually say. So he does tell you his experience during the day of disappearance. And this whole street, actually lost quite a few people. They disappeared and never came back. There was lots of violence. He himself shows you a knife wound that has been healing in his pretty much in the leg. You can clearly see he was limping a little bit. And somebody must have stabbed him in the leg. He described how the neighbors attacked him, how everyone went absolutely wild, and that one of them was, somehow they were ill. Their eyes were full of were black, and they were spitting some sort of strange their blood in their mouths. We tried to kill them. They disappeared. He also describes that a lot of People's Tribune leadership were taken away in the weeks of purge after the last 2 months. And so he says that we are rebuilding. We are almost leaderless now.
Where do you think they'll be kept?
Oh, they will definitely be kept in. It's not going to say the penitentiary aisle. This is where all the many people have been taken there. Yeah, they will be tortured, but they will never speak. I do not worry. They are loyal to the cause. They would die first before saying anything about what we are doing.
I'm telling you now, if that many people were taken, some of them will speak. So your first order of business next week is to make sure you find somewhere else to...
But I don't know where it would be. That is my secret. Out where we meet. Maybe we should go to. And he's like mumbling to himself a couple different names. And he goes, "Well, yes, maybe not. Maybe you're right."
I don't know. If you can get the word out to a different place, then do it. And if you do, make sure you get the word to us. But all I will say is, if you are going to the Hen's Egg in 5 days, you in particular, because I kind of like you now, make sure you stake the place out to make sure it's not itself being staked out. You get my meaning?
It is a good idea. I will speak to the others. Yes. We will. How could I contact you?
I will come here. One of us will come here in the days before we meet.
Yes, of course. That is good.
He's not here anymore.
Have you got any reason you're going to leave?
Me? Of course not. I will continue with my work.
Well then, if he's not here because he's been taken, it doesn't make any difference.
I thought we were just talking about him changing locations.
Oh no, the meeting of their People's Tribune
Oh, okay.
cell.
Oh, yeah, no, in the Hen's Egg in 5 days. Yeah. He can't move this press and everything and get all set up in 5 days. But, at least we know where it is, and if he's not here, he's not here. We take out the Hen's Egg anyway. But it's only in case he changes the meeting. They change the meeting place.
Okay, I say so. Okay, we'll.
We got to see that cripple too, a bear.
We speak with.
Yeah, the dwarf.
Yeah.
On Rue Blanche. Once it's dark, we can either go straight there or somewhere else. I don't know.
Meeting. Okay, that's something that you mentioned. Yeah, I mean, what do you guys want to do?
Well, I think we're just going to wait till it's dark, and then what do you want to do? Do you want to go and see this dwarf? Or do you want to head to a pub and discuss what we do next, or what?
The pub idea sounds like a good idea.
Sorry?
Pub idea sounds like a good idea.
Right, let's go have a nice cold pint and just wait for this to all blow over.
Wait, I have completely forgotten. We are waiting for it to blow over. We are not inciting a revolution.
I think she was joking.
Oh, I mean, Herbie totally gets humor. Ha 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 ha.
How'd you get those scars, Herbie? Was it acne?
No.
Acne.
Oh, well, you can tell me at the pub. So we'll find a pub and then decide whether to go straight to the dwarf or how to handle the information we've got on us, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Once it gets dark.
Okay. So it gets dark outside. It's been pretty dark in here, but as you leave, he salutes you. Vive la Résistance!
Keep your voice down.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, yes.
See you next week.
Mm-hmm. And you guys unbolt the door. You take off the bar. You any order of people going, leaving? Is anything particular? Just nonchalant. You all go together, one.
One at a time.
Might as well. Yeah. Unless we send Herbie out first, and if he sees anyone watching, he can signal. Like one whistle for I see someone looking at us, 2 whistles for it's clear, that sort of a thing. Or we just walk out, I don't mind.
It's up to you guys.
I think the whistling idea is fantastic.
Yep.
Go on then, Herbie. Do your roguish thing.
Alright, I was talking the whole time, but I forgot I have crystal. Okay, so Herbie is going to go outside. Is it clear or no? Do we need
You're just going to walk out.
I mean, are you just going to walk out? I mean, that's your.
I'm going to stealthily walk out. So I'm just going to, kind of slightly open the door.
Sure. Okay. And so.
Have a small peek, see if anybody's watching the door.
Okay, so let's see. So it'll be give me uno segundito.
Sorry?
I said just give me uno segundito.
Okay.
All right. No notices, and then let's see. Okay, so you get out and your shadow too hard for you to open the door and carefully sort of move out. Yeah, okay. So you're very quiet door, and then as you sort of peek out, and there's maybe like piles of garbage and probably a broken wooden crate, possibly some kind of turned over crushed barrel, and you can move around down the block. Not the block, really, at the very end, at the edge of the alleyway, of dummy alleyway. There's someone who's like peering around. And you notice a blue, and you notice in sort of like the dim light, they have to be there. There's some kind of.
Give me 1 second. I'm getting
face is covered with some kind of darkish handkerchief.
Well, that was a bad time to get a call.
Yeah.
Hello?
Herbie said.
Oh, he's just got a phone in real life.
Oh, okay.
All right, sorry, I'm back.
His Portalicin mobile phone.
I totally missed it when I was over talking.
That's right, mate.
Yeah. All right, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay. Did you hear what you saw?
Yes, I saw that somebody was peeking around the edge on the end of the alleyway, right?
Yeah.
That is the most notable thing I saw.
Yes, and they are wearing. Hard to see because it's not very well lit around here, of course.
Okay. So
you do notice that the street is empty.
Empty.
Did he notice the handkerchief? Though?
Yeah, he notices that whoever this is face
Has a
covered
blue
with the handkerchief.
Yeah.
It's a dark-colored handkerchief. You can't quite tell in the dark.
Okay.
Herbie
I
doesn't.
can't tell what color it is exactly.
You can just tell it's dark.
It's dark. Okay. I'm in that case not going to go outside and give a description to the old man of what I saw.
Sounds like the Corsair lot.
Yeah, he's like, yes, this is how they come over with the handkerchief around their mouth. I do not know what the face looks like. This would be the ones here, yes.
I look over at Eve and say, how do you feel about going outside and making another distraction?
Well,
Sounds good to me.
The problem is getting outside, right?
Well, it doesn't matter
Well,
whether he knows.
I do have a cover story for that. We are
Also-
simply customers wanting him to. We have an idea for a new newspaper, and we're looking for a printer.
Also, it doesn't matter, what he's seen, if afterwards he's unable to say what he's seen. We just need to get him here, rather than at the end of the alley. So I suggest we go outside the door and look furtive and come back in, and then see if he follows. Maybe point him out. Or I could just walk up to him.
You know what? Why don't you don't let me do it? So I will go and talk to this man, and I will tell him we are very professional people, and we know what we are doing.
Is he talking? Are you talking in game?
Yes, I am.
Why have you suddenly put on a French accent?
I was feeling we are imported to the scene, alright? I am a native. I should be speaking French. I just can't remember that.
So we're all just going to suddenly start talking in a French accent.
I will not.
But then you can't.
Not from here.
Yes.
Nor will I, because I suck at accents.
Yeah, I think what we should do, Toon, is keep what we're speaking is low Mordentish. But if we need to speak high Mordentish, then we can do it in the French accent.
Yeah, true. You are speaking gutter language English. the gutter language of the is English, essentially.
Not that it wasn't a good accent, it just threw me that
very
you
good.
suddenly started doing it 4 hours.
But this was good. I agree.
So you think you're going to go...
Yes,
What's
sorry?
that? So you're going to go and talk to him and say what?
Yeah. I'm gonna talk to him and make sure that he knows that we mean no harm. Because this is one of the good guys, right?
No. This is
No,
one of
this
the
is
guys
bad
that
gang.
pay
It's a
protection money.
Sorting.
I
guy.
would say
wait
if
a
you want
minute.
to go and talk to him,
Sorry.
Herbie, you definitely realize that this is a member of a street.
Yeah. Okay.
And as a matter of fact, you're pretty confident that not only did you see him around the corner, but let's be honest, you are pretty confident that you saw that he probably has some kind of weapon in his hand, some kind of club, perhaps, or it was just perhaps as the clouds parted with the partial moonlight at the end of the club, you noticed the glint of net. Could be something that's got maybe nails similar.
why don't we say Herbie or Eve could go and talk to him, or one or t'other, or both, and say, help, the printer's being attacked by a big man and a devil.
And then we kill this guy that we're
Well, no, we wait till they come in and we kill them.
Okay, actually, none of you know this yet because Herbie, you did go back inside, right? So Herbie, because no one actually. So I don't remember Herbie saying he came back and told you any of this.
He did. He said he came back and talked to the old man.
You did?
Yeah,
okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's told. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm getting lost. My apologies. Yes, he did. Yeah, the old man did say, yes, it's them. Yeah, it's a street gang then.
Okay. Everybody, just wait here, and Herbie is gonna sneak out of the door.
Are you going to roll another sneak? Very good.
Okay. And I'm gonna walk around the block. And do I know this area that we're in? Like, would I know it from my head, like where we are and stuff like that?
You don't really. No. You don't.
Okay.
But
In that
if
case,
you
I'm
make
gonna
3
try and
rights,
find
it's a circle.
Yep, you do.
As I say, I
eventually.
am gonna make free. I'm gonna try and get behind the guy without him noticing me.
Okay, roll a perception check.
Okay.
Give me a second. All right. And then, oops, wrong thing. Apologies. What the hell? Yeah. On top of all that. Okay. Herbie, notice as you were turning right towards the. I could have used passive perception. You turn right out of the door. There, catty corner across the street. You definitely know some shadows moving, and then you notice that there is someone else who seems to be kind of trying to hide behind, some pile of garbage. There seems to be sort of hunched down. You can definitely see that they have some kind of club in their hand. In coming in the direction.
Okay, how many of them are there?
You've only noticed now, one immediately where you.
I only noticed one right now. Okay.
Yep.
So when I am finally behind the guy.
No, wait, Herbie. It's like this. When you went out the door the first time, you noticed some looking around the edge of a building. You have now come out again sneakily, right, let's make believe, right? Because you're going to go away from the first. And you just notice another guy.
Okay.
Following
Just,
you.
Another couple of meters across the street, hiding behind something. So there's
not
people
following
now.
him.
Yeah, there's 2 people now who you notice street wearing bandages. I'm sorry, handkerchiefs. Both of them seem to be carrying weapons.
I'm gonna yell out, standing in the middle of the street.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna go out in the middle.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna go out in the street, and I'm gonna make sure that I yell loud enough for the people inside to hear me too. Hey, you behind that box! What are you doing? You trying to watch me, huh? Huh?
Okay. Super cool. Then you may roll initiative.
Oh shit! Everybody got.
All of us.
I guess you. I mean, you. You're gonna yell this pretty loudly. I think you're. I don't think it's very hard for you guys not to hear him yelling that out. As, behind the door. Actually, yeah. Let's.
This is a problem because now everyone's going to see fight this gang outside a shop that we wanted to keep secret.
Well, so far the only person they're looking at is her. Yeah, give me a segundo here.
Awesome initiatives.
Oh, are we all rolling? I thought it was. Okay.
Yeah,
I think we're all rolling.
Yeah, everybody's rolling.
Don't worry. I got this.
Yeah, just give me a second.
Toon, don't forget to
Kicked from
switch
the
your sheet to public for combat.
Oh, wait. What do I... Oh, to GM instead of rolling to GM.
Yeah, public for combat.
Bum, 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 bum.
Okay, give me a second here. Yeah, it's going to get crazy. All right. Yeah.
Oh, fuck, guys. I need to...
Drag
I
out my
actually,
token.
I actually need to leave. Fuck.
Do you guys
Is this
want to...
Herbie or Toon?
Yeah, this is Toon.
Yeah, I know.
I
Okay,
need to
so
leave.
I'm
Bye.
okay, yeah, I can roll some initiatives. Do you want to have the cliffhanger here? Then?
Yeah.
Makes
We could
sense.
do that.
Yeah, be fun for me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's almost 3 o'clock.
Alright, in that case, I'll see you all next time. I'll be there next week. I know we're playing Shay's game, but I'll be there next
Yay.
week too. Yes.
Cool. All right, matey.
Alright.
See you later.
See you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Bye bye.
So I'm going to have to fix this because these guys don't quite have tokens yet. All right, so I'm going to go like this. We'll edit Elvis. I'm going to write down the 16.6, and then Herbie and
Stop
Braegar.
recording.
Yes.